Hey there, Snicker Snacks. Welcome back to Vorpal Tales Presents Awesome Adventures. Tonight is our first night of Tiny Hut of Vorpal Tales. Yay! As always, I'm your host, eating a cheeseburger in quarantine, Space Lord Pajamas. Let's introduce our intrepid heroes, Dwayne, Tyler, Tiffany, and Steve. How are you doing, kids?
Tired.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. How's everybody else? That's a rhetorical question. Don't answer me. I don't care.
Super. Ow.
Super.
Well, since Sean asked me, I'm doing pretty good. I'm overly excited, more excited than I should be about getting a gelatinous cube Funko Pop next week.
Well, that's going to be amazing. So,
wow.
You should be excited.
Yeah, it's supposed to be here by like the 4th. So I'm just like, I'm gonna put it right next to my Mind Flayer.
I just got my Rainbow Bright one.
Oh yeah? Anything? Right? Like you actually wanted a Rainbow Bright one?
Yeah, who would not want a Rainbow Bright?
No,
Funko?
I'm asking. Like I'm just trying to figure Dwayne out. I want to know what makes Dwayne tick. Apparently, a piece of that is Rainbow Bright, and I'm excited.
Yes, I'm
There's
very
a little
nostalgic.
bit of Rainbow Bright in everyone.
Yeah, I'm very nostalgic about 80s cartoons.
Who is?
Hell, I have Gem and the Holograms as one of my ringtones.
Yeah.
I love you.
That is amazing.
We're best friends now.
Cool. So for those of you following along at home, we're taking the night off, so to speak, and running a different game system as a long rest here. Also, be sure to check out our shows on the other channels, or on this channel, but other shows. Reverse that. Sorrow of Saltmarsh on Monday nights, and Tales of the Yawning Portal, which usually follows this on Friday. Also, this Monday, Tyler's going to try and kill us with a new system he'll run for the evening, so that'll be fun. Yay. You can also find us on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, keyword, Vorpal Tales. If you're new to the show and a long-time lurker, first-time poster, don't hesitate to high-five that like and subscribe. Like that time Molnir found you worthy. You know, that was fun. That was cool. Everybody was like, yeah, he lifted Molnir for like 5 seconds. Please, we need those to forge a Vorpal sword in the backyard. We're in desperate need. So with nothing else to talk about, let's get to why everyone's here. Everyone. In the order of Tyler, Steve, Dwayne, and then Tiffany. Who's your favorite superhero and why? Tyler's muted. Tyler's still muted.
Talking to himself.
I knew this question was going to come up. I don't have a single favorite, because that's kind of lame. There's so many good ones. However, because I knew Sean would ask, I narrowed it down. So you ready, Sean?
Yeah, we got 20 minutes.
Okay. Oh no, I narrowed it down to 3 sets of 4. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got 20 minutes.
In Marvel, it's Doctor Strange, Cap, Daredevil, and Scarlet Witch.
Cool.
In DC, it's Constantine, Raven, Batwoman, and Black Lightning.
Very cool.
Now give us full
And in
detailed
other-
lives for each of those characters.
And in
Yeah,
other, it's Hellboy, the Darkness, the Phantom, and Witchblade.
I mean, you just kind of named everything there, basically.
Yeah,
Not
weren't
even
you
close.
drinking at a Doctor Strange coffee mug too that I saw there?
Yep,
Like the Funko Pop one?
that would be accurate. That's your answer, sir.
Cool. Dwayne, who's your favorite? We lost Dwayne. We can't
Now
hear
we
Dwayne.
can't hear
No.
Dwayne.
Yeah, it's my mic. I thought Steve was going next. I was after Steve.
No, I said Dwayne.
I got skipped in the initiative. He did say me, but it's fine.
Did I? That's probably not true. I think you guys are poor listeners.
Well, I'm actually kind of in the same boat as Tyler. I don't really have a favorite because as a child, I was not privy to comic books.
Oh.
So, but yeah, all of this is through my teenage years and adulthood. But my top 3, I don't even remember what my top 3 were anymore, but I do love Martian Manhunter and Squirrel Girl because she's awesome. Does everything.
Psylocke.
Oh yeah, Psylocke was everything.
Psylocke's cool.
I like
Nice.
I remember.
Tiffany.
For you.
Yeah.
Tiffany, got a favorite or favorites or
Oh, I
top
thought
20?
I was last. Okay.
I set up the whole order.
Right? My top 3 superheroes would be Constantine, Squirrel Girl, and Black Canary.
Cool. Any reason why?
Well, I love Constantine for the fact that he's sassy as hell, rocking the trench coat, and like messing with like supernatural, that kind of stuff, and it's just like whatever. It's just like another day in the park. Squirrel Girl because she's like representing, the big girls. She's not like Wonder Woman's like built, but she's not like
Body type 4.
Yeah, she's just like she's representing, and she like makes it okay to walk out in public wearing like animal ears. It's just like okay, and she talks to animals. I mean, she's like an awesome druid. Like she's just the greatest. Okay, and then I love Black Canary. It's just like I sing. Like that's like my personal talent, and I specifically like the new 52 version, the metahuman version of her.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that someone can use their voice to literally cause someone to explode from the inside out, to bust someone's eardrums, and like full on shatter like a glass. Like regular opera singers in general can shatter a glass with just their voice. The pure power that it takes behind that is super impressive. And that's actually something I want to learn how to do one day as a singer, to be able to shatter glass with just my voice. I'm getting there.
Cool.
I can make it vibrate a little bit, but not quite there to shatter it.
Dope. All right, that was everyone, right? Like, got everybody's answer.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
Steve,
yeah.
you're here. You're still here, right? Okay.
It's the
Steve.
best for last, Steve.
Ain't
It's
dead
okay.
yet.
Who's your favorite, Steve?
I think at the end of everything, if I have to pick just one, my absolute favorite superhero is Daredevil.
Daredevil.
It's Daredevil.
Oh.
Because
Why is this?
because Daredevil is kind of like
Why not?
Batman if Batman had actual good stories in his comics.
Oh.
And the best neurosis.
Shots
at
fired.
at Voodoo Arcade, at Voodoo Arcade, at Voodoo Arcade. No reason I'm saying that. Just no reason.
Bring it on. Bring it on. No, I've just loved Daredevil for a very long time. Started reading all the way back when Kevin Smith relaunched it, I think in like '99, and the comic has pretty much been amazing ever since. With those stories have been so good. We don't talk about Shadow Realm or Land or World or
Don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, whatever
yeah,
that
that's
was.
what's that?
That was nothing. Other than that, though, amazing books. And if I had to pick one other, you know what? I'm the guy that loves Superman too. I love Superman.
Really?
So, boom, did it.
Awesome. So speak.
Good
What?
Superman.
Right. Not. Anyway.
Not good Superman. We'll leave it at that.
Speaking of leaping tall buildings into single bound, did you guys know that Tuesday was National Superhero Day?
No.
No, that was Dwayne Goes to Work Day.
Dwayne Goes to Work Day.
It's like every other day.
Well, it was. So tonight we're playing one of my favorite systems, Mutants and Masterminds 2nd Edition. This is a very cool system that lets you be superheroes. I believe this was also Steve's very first introduction to gaming. Is that right, Steve?
That is correct. This is the game that I walked into a comic store that I had been to maybe 2 or 3 times previously, and they said, "Hey, you want to play a game?" And I said, "Not really." And they said, "Well, you're doing it anyway." And I said, "Okay." And I played this game with Sean.
Yeah, and that's how we met. And then he was the best man at my wedding. And
Aww.
And you know
I
who he
hated
played
it.
in that first game? The very character he just dissed.
That is true.
yeah,
I did. I played Batman. I didn't know any better back then.
I think Batman's like everyone's like default and like first real. Batman and Superman are like everyone's first real introduction.
Yeah.
Or Iron Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Yeah,
Long before I
yeah.
even knew who Batman was.
Those pillars of superheroism.
But my first knowledge of superheroes came from the original Batman TV series and the original Spider-Man TV series.
Well, Dwayne, you'd be happy to know then that this overlay we're using tonight was inspired by that original Batman show. As you can tell if you look at it.
So, Dwayne, are you like 60?
No, I'm not that old.
How's retirement treating you?
I was just not privy to a lot of things that children had.
Nice.
You know, there's these channels on TV that show you old shows.
Yeah, I don't have cable. Or
I was explaining that to Sean.
I don't. TV? My TV just plays ID and USA. Like, that's it. That's all. I don't know how to change it, because when I change it, it just goes back. I don't know what's going on there.
What was
I
my
know what's
first
going on there.
superhero thing?
Someone behind you with the remote.
I think my first cartoon thing for
Not me.
superheroes
His
was
wife.
X-Men. Yeah.
X-Men? The Fox,
yeah, the
Fox
90s. Yeah, the old 90 ones. Like, I don't even remember how old I was, but my mom was watching it because, like, she grew up with, like, those comics and stuff. And she's like, "Oh, you should watch this. This is good." I'm like watching it, and then I'm just like, "Who's the dude with the claws? He looks really cool. Why is that dude throwing cards all the time? Why does she have white in her hair, but everything else is red? Why does the guy have shooting lasers out of his eyes? I don't understand."
Because he's
and
a
then
tool.
like, and she just like, she's like, "Here." She's just like, she handed me like an old comic book, and I'm like, "What's this?" She's like, "Just read it." I'm like, "Okay," and yeah. I'm like, I don't even know how or why she still had it. It was like, I forgot what year it was, but it was like Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Superman all saved Christmas with Santa.
Awesome.
Like, that was my first comic book that I ever read.
That's kind of dope.
They saved Christmas.
You started
And,
with
like,
the best issue ever, it sounds like.
I was just about to say, with the Fox TV cartoon, and then that, like, the bar was set very high for her.
Well, I eventually, as the internet became a thing, I eventually became more exposed to the old school, like, cartoon version of Batman, old school version of the first animated Spider-Man. I grew up with, the 1990s animated Batman series. I grew up with the 90s Spider-Man, the 90s X-Men, and TV Land was still running the reruns of Adam West.
Yes, the very best.
And, like, Eartha Kitt will always be my Catwoman. I'm sorry. Like,
Very
fight me
cool.
on it. She could literally purr, okay? Just, like, fight me.
Not now, maybe later.
Okay. I mean, I'll lose, but, like...
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm short. I'm gonna lose.
So this is a very easy system to play. You only need one dice, and that's your D20. It's also a system with some great depth. Much like other systems that you've probably played, it has attributes for your character, skills, feats, etc. However, it also has something that's different, and that's powers. This isn't so much a system about what magical items you're carrying or what gear you have, or necessarily. It doesn't matter. Your powers of your chosen powers of your character are what makes you you. So it's also possible to forego most of the powers in this game and what we like to call feet monkeys. In fact, Tiffany's character is that to some degree. A feet monkey is someone like Batman who has a ton of crazy gadgets, but no real like actual sort of innate powers other than just sort of superhuman strength. Otherwise, you're a powered hero, much in the vein of heroes like Superman or Spider-Man. This is also the first system that introduced me to hero points, and it's pretty much my favorite version of it because you get a hero point and you just basically erase anything that happened. It lets you edit the story. If you don't like your roll, you spend a hero point and you re-roll. Simple. I pretty much alter all of the other hero point type systems and the other games to work this way. as it's advantageous to the player for the most part, because you just get to try again. But it's also prone to some pretty super like random chance, because you're just literally rolling the die again, hoping for something better. And then that's exciting. So to get this game rolling a little faster, literally, we asked each of the players who their favorite hero was, and Tyler built out the sheets as an amalgamation of that particular choice. Then we sort of looked at him, went, that's crazy, had 3 days worth of 12-hour conversations trying to figure out the powers, because that's Mutants and Masterminds. And so
much like Sean, I might have 5 gigs of backlogs of pre-made characters for this game system.
Yeah, I had to go back and look up. I was like, crap, we're running this game. What do? I don't have time to make characters. Oh, we made thousands of these like 10 years ago.
Thousands.
Yeah. So
I would just go over to Sean's old apartment back in the day and we'd spend 8 hours just making characters for fun.
I'd come out of that. What the fuck are you doing? We're making characters. I was doing. That's my computer. My computer for like 3 years was just a character generating machine.
Yeah, he wasn't doing anything.
He's got a whiteboard, alphabetical listing of Marvel characters.
You used to be able to go on to forums and stuff, because it was like huge, and you could like, people spent hours just doing this, and then we'd like copy that and be like, no, they did that wrong. It's stupid.
Those
do
still
it this
exist.
Way. So, yes, I know.
Shout out to the Atomic Think Tank.
Mm-hmm.
It's an awesome board. Lose hours. So I know we kind of asked this before, but when I asked you were asked who you wanted to play, and what was your answer and why the power set that you went with. Use this as kind of a chance to introduce your characters and a little bit about where they came from and what they do. So, Tyler, since you built them, why don't you go first?
My character tonight is Gigawatt. So you want the whole thing?
I mean,
like
we're here for 4 hours.
FYI, I've not fully released Dwayne and Tiffany with theirs are yet, so they'll be experiencing some of this with us.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
They know who they were based on, but not who they are here.
Right.
Gigawatt. It just closed on me because that's awesome.
Awesome.
Gigawatt, his real name is Thomas Tesla. He is a descendant of Nikolai and found one of his secret journals, and one day while trying to recreate one of his experiments, unexpected things happened and he was imbued with the power of electricity. Why did I select this character? I flipped through my list and said, this one looks cool, I haven't used him in a long time. That was after I went through 4 supernatural magic users and said, Sean doesn't want this, Sean will hate that, Sean will get mad if I use that. I went with this one.
Cool. I appreciate some care and thought was put into it.
He can do lots of things with electricity. He's immune to electricity. He can shoot you with it in like 20 different ways. He has telekinesis, he can fly, he can control objects that have electric devices in them, like the Terminator in Terminator 3. He's a force field made of electricity, and he's really good with technology and electrical engineering. He's also a one-trick pony. That's the end of him.
Dig it. Steve, tell us about your character.
Yes, I will be playing Henry Dozer, otherwise known as Hank the Tank.
You gotta say it right. Hank the Tank!
Hank the Tank.
That's better.
Yeah. Alright. Once a normal man, Henry Dozer was subjected to a mad science experiment. His DNA was merged with the DNA of chromium. Yes, the DNA of chromium. The hardest known metal.
Comics!
Also, no. Henry emerged.
No, totally. That's how science works, Steve. I don't know if you know that.
Henry emerged as the silvery sheened, unstoppable hero known today as Hank the Tank. So this is in no way necessarily representative of my favorite superhero, obviously, but I thought this would be hilarious to play. He is your prototype, archetype, powerhouse. I think the Juggernaut meets the Hulk meets Colossus. and he can just basically steamroll through entire groups of people, and he can grapple with one hand, so he can just run through people and snatch people up with one hand and just start wailing in their face. And that's what Hank does.
Cool. Very cool. Tiffany, tell us about your character.
So I was asked, who's one of your favorite characters, and I said Black Canary. She will always be kind of like my all-time favorite, just because I really connect with the whole singing aspect, and it's just a really powerful thing to do, and just like everything that the character has gone through, from the old school comics to the revamps that's been going on, and even her Green Arrow version, rest in peace. I just connected with her in a lot of different ways. And so, my character, I'm just learning about her now.
I can jump in and help you out here.
Yeah, go ahead and
yeah,
give
I
us
would
some
really
pointers.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Born with the metahuman genome, Deanna Glaive, don't sue us, Marvel, always had a superhumanly powerful voice and singing talent. She was on her way to becoming a superstar singer when she was kidnapped by an obsessed fan. Rescued by the heroic Woman of Bats, she chose to follow in her savior's footsteps. Now, years later, she is one of the world's foremost martial artists, protecting innocent from evildoers. Deanna does a lot of martial arts, hits really hard, is also very charismatic and can gather information, has a motorcycle, and just looks really cool all the time.
Dope.
She doesn't have superhuman force fields or flight ability, but she can scream and stun you and knock you against the wall and blow your head off with it, and she can beat up everybody.
I dig it.
With sticks.
One of the cool things about Mutants and Masterminds is you can have a character like Hank and Deanna, where so attack and damage scales specifically. So someone like Hank hits less often but really hard, and someone like Tiffany's character is going to hit pretty much all the time but might deal less overall damage. And then she can just do a lot more options with that and kind of play around with it. And we'll go into those in a little bit, but that's something I really like about this system.
Yeah, if played cleverly, a street hero can face Superman and be even odds in this system.
Yeah. Cool. So, Dwayne, what do you know about your character?
Tell me when to jump in for you, too.
Okay, so, not to be confused with Doreen Green, I will be playing Dorian Mint. Aha! Also known as Marsupial Man. I have a tail just like my predecessor. Claws, teeth, but my biggest power seems to be my controlling of probability and how that will help me along the battlefield. Making things happen when I need them to happen. And this is probably where Tyler wants to jump in.
So, Marsupial Man, Dorian Mint, took a vacation once to Australia. No one knows what happened in the outback, but he came out forever changed. We call him Marsupial Man because of that, but hilariously, he has no marsupials of any kind around him at any point and has an American accent, Midwest Kansas. He has a tail, super movement, he can wall crawl, super senses, low light vision and scent. He can speak to and understand small mammals. He has a sidekick named Professor Possum with glasses and a lab coat who uses a computer and has long discussions with him about things that he does not understand at all.
I think you buried the lead on that one.
He also has a helicopter that looks a lot like a kangaroo.
Professor Possum is a possum.
I thought that was implied.
I don't know. Just making it clear that he talks and hangs out with possums.
Yes, he's not anthropomorphic. He's just a possum that talks to Dorian, sits on his shoulder with a lab coat. Yes.
And
That is amazing.
And Dorian has probability control. That does a lot of things for him. That means, for one thing, he doesn't get that one hero point that Sean was talking about. He gets 11. Also,
Whoa!
Wait, what?
yeah,
That was not part of the 4-hour conversation.
Well, we told you his feats, sir. He has I don't even know
did
where
he
it is.
take,
He's got yeah.
Probability control 10.
No, he's got the feat for extra luck
Extra
points.
points. Yeah.
Luck.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, he can make things. You can't do all of these at once, but any one per turn. He can be impervious to attacks because everything just misses. He can make a horrible bad luck happen to you. Where'd that piano come from? That must have hurt. Things will either just get out of his way or get in other people's way. And there's something else too. I forget what it is. Oh, there's one catch though. If you try to manipulate probability and it fails, you get Jinx next turn.
Oh no.
Oh no.
As a visual aspect, if anyone has ever read the comics about Squirrel Girl, she always has to stuff her tail in the back of her pants, so she has a huge butt. I imagine Dorian like tucks it under, and he just walks around with a huge package all the time.
Sure.
Okay.
That tracks.
Wait, is that why Squirrel? Really? She stuffs it in her butt?
She has to stuff it down her pants.
Because you know, in the Marvel universe, it's necessary to hide that you're strange.
I guess I didn't realize that Squirrel Girl actually had a squirrel tail.
Well,
Oh,
she
yeah.
she
It is.
has squirrel DNA. Like it is in her
Yeah.
blood.
She actually
Yeah.
has squirrel ears too.
Yeah,
they're
well,
not-
she kind of makes it seem like they're just like
What?
You wear them.
She makes it look like you just wear them,
Yeah.
but she actually that's why
They
she
are
makes
there.
it cool to walk around like you're wearing ears, but they're real.
Quick Google
She-
search will show you all you need to know.
She totally fooled me. I thought she just had a costume. Okay.
No.
Much like Dorian, she's half. Well, he's half wallaby. She's half squirrel.
Huh. I learned something today.
That's right. That's the power I missed for you, Dwayne. You also have leap, not quite Superman level, but wallaby level.
Okay. Okay. Was that everyone? I'm still stuck
Yes.
on Squirrel Girl.
That
Ta-da!
that was all of us. Yes.
All right, cool. So we have those characters and those particular powers are here at play. So
Tune in to see a 40-year-old man obsessed over Squirrel Girl's butt.
I almost spit
Steve, I
water.
feel like it's designed for that purpose.
All right, moving on. So let's talk about powers here for a moment. A chunk, like a large chunk of the M&M book is literally just a list of powers and how they function. Certain powers require a particular type of save, fortitude, reflex, will, etc., much like spells do in Pathfinder and D&D. Basically, powers are spells to some degree. Some of the powers, like enhanced strength, just up what you already have in your strength score. Then you have another power called super strength, which doesn't necessarily enhance your strength, but it allows you to tap into particular feats of strength, like thunderclap, where you can slap your hands together with great force and can stun everyone around you. Steve was reading this the other day, and we literally broke the system again, so it'll be fun. There's also the power of magic, which allows you to cast spells, which are literally just other selections of powers in the powers chapter that you can maintain, giving you a choice of powers at your disposal. You can also take a power like, say, fire control, and you can say alternate power or strike, where you can flame punch, or you can alternate power flame blast, or something along that degree. The list of powers in the book are huge, and I don't think you'll find it incomplete. We were never not able to build a character that we thought up. You have everything from super speed to time control, all the way down to Nemesis, which allows you the power to defeat your greatest enemies, which you basically dump all these points into Nemesis, and then you can then reconfigure Nemesis to go, oh, you're weak to ice, well, I have a snowblower, so enjoy.
That's how that works.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think
It
I
is
like
if you're
that.
the supervillain. It's called foreshadowing.
A
Yes.
snowblower that shoots ice.
I mean, it's a thing.
Yeah, like I'm sure Mr. Freeze uses that every Tuesday. Like
From
I don't-
no, actually, good call with the Mr. Freeze. You're right. That is his snowblower.
right.
It's not snowy enough here.
Everybody, big.
So
Well, that just
characters,
happened.
yeah, that man, no. So characters in M&M, Mutants and Masterminds, are built with a power level. The default level is PL10, power level 10, which limits the maximum potential of your powers. You're also given a certain amount of power points to build your character. So I think at power level 10, the default is 150 points or something like that. So you basically have 150 points with which to build your character. And that includes putting points into your attributes like strength and just building your powers out with all the attachments that are with them. So powers require certain cost in points. So like striking is 1 point per, but like I said, Nemesis requires 8 points per power rank. It's because different powers, book recognizes the fact that certain powers are more powerful than just your basic powers, so they require more points. Powers require certain cost in points, and you can also attach other powers and modifiers to the power build, which will increase the ability of the power, but also increase the cost per point. So you can, for whatever reason, you can actually turn your strike and attach range to that, which then requires it to be 2 points per power level, which is silly because there's just the range strike, but it's the whole thing. So gameplay is very much along the same line of other systems. You can use skills during investigative scenes and combat, and when combat starts with initiative, and you utilize your powers to defeat your foes.
Can I interrupt for a quick second?
Sure.
For Tiffany and Dwayne, there's another cool point to make here. There's no character class in this game. Power level is just an indicator of points spent. That means your character isn't based on anything. Everything costs points, and if you ignore something, you're in trouble. You have to buy your saves, you have to buy your attributes, you have to buy your skills, buy your feats, and buy your superpowers.
Yeah, that 150 points or whatever given points you're given, that is you. So you have to build out everything. Like saves cost 1 point each, and you can have a maximum of 10 at level 10. So if you're going to have a really good reflex save, you can go all the way up and just spend 10 points in reflex. You can do that for like your strength score. If you want to be really strong, like Hank the Tank, you just spend all these points and put it into strength.
I have a question. Looking at my character sheet, I seem to be dead.
There are no hit points in this game. I'm sure Sean would get to that.
Oh, never mind.
Save all your questions till the end of the seminar, please.
Okay.
And then
Start
don't
off
ask them.
as dead heroes.
Steve, you are ruining this. That's it. We're done. It's over. You just ruined the story.
I think that means we won because
The supervillain gave up. Where's my heroic music? I got this.
dun 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 dun. Boom.
Oh, you know what?
I love what I can get
Derailing the game already, and it
I love
hasn't
when I
even
can get Tyler to
started.
just laugh.
Great job.
Tyler acts so composed all the time. When I get him to just cackle.
It's rarely you, it's me looking at Sean's face while you talk. It's just sheer loathing.
You know, I got 50 more pages to get through, and you're just
Oh
not
my
helping.
god.
Yeah. Strap in. We're in for a long night, okay?
A long, fun night.
I
It
don't know
was.
about that.
Just kidding.
Yay! So, as I mentioned earlier, the only dice you need for this game is the D20. Everything is resolved through a throw of the D20 and adding modifiers. Your power level in your particular power sets the DC save against the power that you're using. So if your whatever power is rank 10, that's 10 plus 10, that your DC against that power is 20. So between modifiers and then whatever I roll, I better beat a 20 or I'm going to be susceptible to that power. If it fails, something happens. Often is the case when you punch a villain or a villain punches you, and you make a special 4th save in this game called the toughness save. As with all games, a 1 on the dice roll is an automatic miss. On a 20 on the dice is an automatic hit. And in my case, it's always a critical. You never roll for criticals because that's dumb, because 20s are awesome. Damage in this game is usually a set number and often determines the toughness save DC. So your damage is never going to be variable. Just remember that. It's always going to be plus this, plus this, plus this. So like for a melee attack, it's much like other games in the notion that it is a base 15 plus the attack's damage bonus. So for case in point, if you're just hitting someone, most of the time that's 15 plus whatever your strength score is. So if you have a 20 plus 20 to your strength, then, or I'm sorry, if you have a plus 10 to your strength, it's 15 plus 10. So the damage you always do when you punch is going to be a 25 save.
Okay, so it's 15 plus whatever our strength is what our punch is.
Well,
Yeah,
yours
and we
is
have-
different, but it's built into your sheet.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's basic example. Everybody's sheets should have their attacks built out. So
Thank you, Steve.
you should just be able to click a button and it'll do what it's supposed to do.
Okay, so we just click a dice and then go from there. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with this sheet. I'm sorry. So I'm just kind of like,
None of us
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
We're gonna sit down in here in a second and go through it, and again save all your questions to the end of the seminar.
what's that question?
Where I will sell you my pack of $20 worth of sheets of how to solve everything.
And a timeshare.
Right, and a place in Miami. It's nice, supposedly.
No. Miami people don't drive well there. I live in Florida. They suck at driving there.
Yeah, that's true. So if a power was used in the attack, the bonus is the power's rank. So with a PL10 character, the max damage you can do is 25. As the max level you can have in a power's rank 10. Toughness saves are how you stay alive in this game. You should see a toughness indicator there next to like Will Fort and Reflex. You have a toughness modifier on your sheet. You roll a d20 and add your toughness save. That's how you survive. Succeed and there is no effect. Fail and you become bruised. If you're bruised, you have a -1 to your next toughness save. You can have multiple bruises and their penalties stack. However, if you're our friend Funky Thunder, you'll roll a 20 on your toughness saves every time it matters, and you'll always save, and the game never ends. Fail by 5 or more, and you're stunned and bruised. Stunned means you... actually, I cover that in a second. Fail by 10 or more, and you are staggered and stunned. Fail by 15 or more, and you're unconscious. But a hero never dies unless there's a bad writer or a slump in sales. A stun
Okay.
condition... What?
Deal.
Steve, are you okay? Do you need medical assistance?
Steve's good.
Steve's show got canceled.
And a stun condition means you lose your dex and dodge bonus to defense, and you're basically flat-footed. You also take a -2 to your defense. That sort of equals out because some characters just don't have any dex added to their defense, so that kind of compensates for that. You cannot take actions other than reactions, and this lasts for 1 round. If your character is staggered, you can then take a single standard action or move action, not both. So you're like, ugh. And so you can either move or you can do something, but you can't move and do something. And that's basically the game.
How do you get knocked out?
If you fail by 15 or more, you become unconscious when you do your toughness save. So what'll happen is, over the course of the game, you're going to be fighting someone. That someone's going to eventually bruise you enough where your toughness save will just utterly fail, and then you're knocked out. So when the first time you roll, you're going to be rolling at your maximum toughness. The next time after you're bruised, let's say you had a +10 to your toughness. So the maximum you can roll in your toughness would be a 30 with the 20, which is just an auto save anyways. So if you rolled again and rolled a 20 or let's say you rolled a 19 and you had a -1, so that would be 28. You'd have a 28 toughness save. So let's say you can get all the way up to like -10 on your bruises, and you're still up so long as you don't fail. That is very much a possibility.
And you
So, yeah.
never die because you're a superhero. Somebody rewrites you back in.
Right. That totally. Like you're just like, oh, he was dead and buried and tossed in the ocean, but totally survived. He's fine.
He
Everything's
found
fine.
a Lazarus pit. That's what it was.
Right. Exactly.
Damn you, Rage.
So yeah, and that's basically the game. There are different moves that you can perform per round. Like 2 of you can delay your actions and use a combined attack on your turn, increasing your attack and damage. Sometimes this is literally the only way to actually do damage against the villain because they're so well built. You can aid somebody, you can block an attack, you can distract somebody, which will make them flat-footed. That's also kind of like a feint where you can be like, huh, and then like act like you're going one way and go the other, and that'll flat-foot them. You can charge and overrun just like in other games. Grapple gets pretty crazy in this game because like you can have multiple limbs or just superpowers that help you grapple. You can mentally grapple someone, which is fun. You're having a mental attack, and just etc. If you could think of it, there probably is a rule for it. Lastly, we have hero points. Hero points allow you to edit the story. Spending hero points are a reaction. You can spend as many hero points as you have, but only any one given benefit per round. So you can't just start re-rolling dice constantly just because you have hero points. Hero points allow you to re-roll a result. You can pull a feat out of thin air and use it so long as you have the requirements. So if you had like improved trip, I think there's another level that's like super improved trip. So you could literally spend a hero point to like just get all kinds of trippy. You can instantly counter a power that was used against you. So let's say somebody goes, I used my death ray against you, and you can just be like, nope, this is that point in the comic when I just no sell it, and nope, take that back. And you can also spend a point to recover from any given condition. So if it doesn't recover from dying, that's a separate roll all on its own. But if you're like unconscious, you could just literally spend a point and pop right back up. It doesn't heal you or anything, and you're still going at whatever diminishes that you had, but you're back. Cool. So to acquire hero points, you must be incredibly courageous, self-sacrificing as a hero would. You can also play into your characters, act out their roles and flaws. I don't know what you might have been given, but so you might want to look in that. Also, if the game master decides to absolutely screw your character, you tend to earn a hero point. So that'll probably happen often. Any questions?
Yeah.
There will
Sure.
be many when we start.
Yes.
Yeah, just wait till we start playing.
First
Then I'll
dice
be like,
roll. Hold on.
Hold up.
Take a look at your characters. Take a look at your powers real quick. Just any questions you might have, or if you look at it and go, I don't know what the hell that means, now's probably the time to go over it. Just to get a quick...
I don't know what any of this means. Like I said, I'm not familiar with like this system or this sheet. And I feel like back when I first started playing D&D like a year ago, I don't know any of this.
That's okay. So the core things really that I think if you know these things, you'll be fine, is when you open your character sheet, that very first tab that says main, just your defense total, know that's your AC. It's not going to change. And then your toughness, which is going to be the bottom left. When you click that button, you're going to click that button a lot. Toughness saves come up all the time, so just know where that is, and you're fine.
Yep.
And on that main page, that's pretty much it. If another thing, melee and your range attacks, melee ranged, which is just to the right. If you know those 4 things, honestly, you'll probably be okay. Anything else that comes up, we'll figure it out when we get there. Other than that, really, if you just go to the top to the tabs and you click attacks, we tried to go ahead and build out what we think your main attacks are going to be and kind of like what your powers are built to do. And for
Okay.
you have martial arts. So that's going to be a combination of all the different things that we did to make her very good at martial arts. So that's a lot of your feats, which are going to be on your feats tab, are already kind of pre-allocated into that attack, and one of your powers as well. So you have a power called Strike, which is a very common power in this game, and it basically is just the power to punch people well. So that's all built into that by itself. You don't have to worry about anything. You just click martial arts, and she'll kick someone in the face. That's pretty much how that goes. Your next 3 attacks are all just variations of your Sonic abilities. So, let me pull up your character sheet here. So, you have 3 different ways that your Sonic ability can manifest itself in ways that you can use it to try to get advantage on people. So you have your Mocking Shout, and that is, you're using it as an attack. You're using it to hurt people. So when you do that, they're going to be able to try to make a reflex save against it, and if they fail, they're going to take damage, which is, again, already calculated in. You're just rolling. Sean will see what the number is and react that way. So if you want to hurt people, that's the one you click. Be warned, when it says attack 50-foot cone, everyone in that 50-foot cone is going to have to make the save against it, including your allies.
Okay, so it has friendly fire. Got it.
It does, yeah. Everything that you do is going to have friendly fire because it is a wave of sonic energy. So that'll kind of help you know when to use that. You have your Mocking Scream, which is the same thing, 50-foot cone, reflex save, except this time you're trying to dazzle people, which in this case dazzle basically just means give them the razzle dazzle. In this case, basically just what it means is that you're trying to deafen people. Dazzle can either be blinding or deafening. For you, because it's Sonic, it's going to be deafening. They're going to have to make a reflex save, and if they fail it, they're basically going to be deafened. There's rules that Sean is going to have to know as the GM for what happens when people are deafened. For you, though, and for the player, even if you're playing this game for real, honestly not super important. The person getting deafened should have to know those things. But that's how you deafen people. You roll that second one, and if they fail, they cannot hear anything. And it gives them negatives. And then your last one is your Mocking Cry, and it's the same cone, but they're gonna have to make a fortitude save this time because you're just like brah, and you're like overwhelming them with the sonic power. They make a fortitude save, and if they fail, they're stunned. And they have to spend their whole round coming up, becoming unstunned, so you can basically kill someone's turn doing that. So it's the same power, but it manifests itself 3 different ways. You can do 3 different things to try to like get advantage on your opponent. So if someone is just really adept at absorbing damage, say like Hank the Tank, I don't take a lot of damage. You can stun me, you can dazzle me, and then that kind of takes me out of the fight long enough for you to figure out how to, hurt me. So
Gotcha.
just be creative with what you want to do, and it's probably in there, and we can help you. But for the most part, those are your 4 like primary attacks.
It's 2 caveats on the Sonic thing. One, that just like your inspiration, it takes your full action. You can't do anything else that turn because you're focusing on it. Also, it's a concentration power. As long as you say to Sean, I maintain concentration, it just keeps going and using your turn. And then
Gotcha. That was like what my question was going to be. Like, is it going to be like a lot of games where like you have like 3 actions turn or whatever? How would that affect her? Because I know she's a little different. Versus
yeah,
the
she
other
has
characters.
to use the scream tactically because it can't do anything else that turn.
Okay.
What was the other thing?
But normally she would like say I didn't do the scream and I did like the strike thing or whatever. It would be 3 actions per turn, or it would be 2 actions per turn.
This is old school, which means you can move and hit, and that's really it. And then you get free actions, which may or may not come into play. Yeah, talking.
Thank you.
Try to think of it like you're literally playing a comic book or like a superhero story or a superhero movie. Like you basically act out literally what you're going to do. So you describe how you're moving, how you're attacking, like Literally everything is up to you. There are no real constraints. Speed and distance have no actual like bounds here for the most part. So, yeah, don't just say what you want to do, and I'll be like, okay, you can do it. That's cool. Or we'll just talk about, how you couldn't do all that in one move or something like that. So
2 other things for both Dwayne and Tiffany. Notice that some of your powers say alternate power array. What that means is everything after that line is mutually exclusive. So you can't damage and stun and dazzle in one turn. It's any one. Same with you, Dwayne, with probability control. You can do any one of those things in a turn.
Oh, yeah,
Never
yeah,
more than
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
That's the price for a lot of versatility, is they're not stacking. And for Tiffany, we probably should hit some of these feats because she's going to ask. All out attack. What's that do, boys? Because that one I don't remember.
All-out attack.
Basi-
Go ahead.
yeah,
Sean.
no, go ahead. You're probably right there.
So all-out attack is going to allow you to take a penalty of -5 on your defense and apply +5 to your attack.
Cool.
So if someone is, so if you think that you're in a position where you can sacrifice some defense and you need the extra points to hit, you can go ahead and use that ability.
Attack, focus, melee, and attractive are built in. You can ignore them. Same with defensive roll. But defensive attack, what's that do, Steve?
Defensive attack is the opposite of all-out attack. You can take a penalty of -5 on your attack roll and add it to your defense. So in a situation where someone might be hitting you a little bit too often, you can sacrifice your ability to attack and bump up your defense 5 points.
Contacts means if it ever comes up in the story, you can call people to get advice or help or knowledge. Dodge
Okay.
focus is built in. You can ignore it. Elusive target, Steve.
Elusive target basically means that when you're fighting somebody in melee, ranged attacks are going to have double the negative to hit you. Normally, shooting into melee has a -4 to the person trying to shoot you. It's going to be a -8 against you. This is for people that like to fight in melee. I think like Batman, Daredevil, street level heroes. This is what helps them not basically get shot by all the excess machine gun fire going out from the other people around him, because you're using your enemy as like a human shield basically and making it harder to hit yourself.
Equipment
So
for
stay
you.
in stay in melee so you can't get shot.
Equipment for you is your motorcycle, which is you can drive around on it. You can hit people with it. You can hide behind it, whatever. And your jacket, which is the stats are built in. It's like armor. Grappling finesse just means you can do judo throws with dex instead of strength. It's kind of built in. Improved disarm. If you ever decide you want to disarm someone, we'll tell you you get a flat bonus to it that we'll add after we see your roll, or Sean will. Improved initiative's built in. Improved throw and trip, same thing. It's like a +4 on top of whatever you roll for throwing people or tripping people. And all those skill masteries just give you built-in bonuses. Uncanny dodge. Actually, no. Sneak attack. That's the one we need to talk about.
Sneak attack's going to be very, very important.
Steve, back to you.
Sorry.
Why, like, I know for, like, a rogue, why sneak attack is good, but
Pretty
for
much the
this
same thing.
system, okay.
It's very similar. It's just that it comes up a little bit different. So in this one, when you make a surprise attack, you add a +2 bonus damage. You can't sneak attack an opponent you cannot accurately perceive. So if they have invisibility or any sort of thing that hinders their visibility, you're not going to be able to sneak attack them. Opponents immune to critical hits suffer no additional damage. So really tough, strong guys, even if you sneak attack them, damage just usually doesn't hurt them. She only has 1 rank in sneak attack, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's going to max out at +2 extra damage. You can take extra ranks of sneak attack to increase that damage, but for you, it's just going to be a +2. So one of the things that you can do is you can try to hide, go into shadows, sneak up on people, and you can get that extra damage. And because damage is static in this game, any increase to that damage is going to be really helpful when people are rolling that toughness save against you.
Right, so like your base damage is 5, with that it's 7. So it's 2 sounds small until you hear your numbers. It's almost twice. It's almost 1.5 times as much. And then the last one, Uncanny Dodge Hearing. That means if someone could deny you all of your dodge bonuses by sneaking up on you or whatever, you can't be. Those won't work if you can hear them coming. That, of course, won't help you if you're tied up.
Right. Yeah, everything's kind of contextual in that regard. Like, if you're just straight up tied up and can't dodge, that's not going to help you. But if you're not deafened and they're not silent, then people can't sneak up on you.
And that's it. That's your whole character in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Dwayne, I want to tell you one thing too. Well, you might have more questions, but your probability control is not an attack in the sense that you rolled a hit. This was quite the thing we had to look up earlier. We learned a lot about probability control today. Or relearned, I guess. So, normally, you do an attack roll and they do a save versus toughness, right? If you hit them. Probability control, they save twice. Once against the attack and once against their toughness. You never roll to hit them. You basically point your target out and tell Sean, I want this horrible thing to happen to that guy. Sean rolls an appropriate save. If he fails, then Sean rolls toughness to see what happens with the damage.
Is that what the lucked out attack is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But if I save and make my save against that, doesn't he become jinxed?
The next turn, you get a jinx. You can still use your probability control, but something else you do will jinx that turn. And if the only thing you do that turn is probability control, that gets jinxed.
Which was why that was so confusing in regard to if probability control fails, but you're not making a roll, and that got weird for me. But I think we figured it out.
Basically what that means is when you jinx someone, you take your ranks in probability control, and if they roll that number or lower on their d20, it's counted as a 1. You did that to yourself if you fail. So if you say I want to jinx the bad guy, and they roll 10 or less of their natural roll, regardless of modifiers, it's now a natural 1. And you can do the opposite to yourself. You can give yourself luck, only you, not us. Which means if you roll a 1, you can count it as a 10, because you have 10 ranks. Or you can count anything under a 10 as a 10.
See how this goes.
Gonna get interesting.
Yeah.
So
Also, Sean, we should point out,
No.
it's kind of buried, like burying the lead with Professor Possum. But in your character, Dwayne, is built in a lot of things. You've got ultimate handle animal empathy, speak with animals, a really high handle animal skill roll. You can convince piles of small mammals to do any damn hilarious thing you want, basically.
That's what I automatically assumed that when I saw ultimate handle animal. I just imagined a trampling horde of wallabies coming across the plain.
All skunks in the vicinity, spray that guy. Yes. Or all the squirrels can chew away the tires from the villain's car. Yeah. Lots of possibilities. That was it, John.
Cool. So I'm trying to remember protection and impervious. I know if your damage modifier, or is it the modifier?
Yes, it is the modifier.
Damage bonus. Okay. So if they have impervious 15 and I do 16 points of damage against them,
Then they have to make the toughness save.
then they have to. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Trying to remember because that happened a lot in the olden days. But
Yeah.
The whole toughness save, not just against the 1 point that got
Right.
through.
It's all or
right.
nothing.
They have to. Yeah. It's all or nothing. And then penetration.
Just goes right
Ignores impervious.
Yeah, more or less. Okay, cool. That's not what the rule says, but that's always the way we did it. But
through. Is that the penetrating is ranked?
yeah, it's ranked, but it's like
It's that many.
I think
points gets
penetrate
through.
is supposed to be you need equal or more ranks to beat the impervious, right?
yeah, your 7 ranks in impervious would subtract 7 from their 11 in protection, but
Yeah.
I don't have time for math tonight, so
It's hard.
I always did it where if your impervious is 7 and their penetrating is 6, the penetrate failed. It's got to be all or nothing. That's how I always did it.
Yeah, it's just easier that way.
It's easier, yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, like I said, any more questions? Anybody like, I don't know.
I'm kind of confused about like the whole points thing, but I think when we actually have to use it would be a good time to like.
When you say points, what do you mean?
Like you said, like we have like 150 points or whatever.
Oh, that's already done.
That's how your character
characters-
was
yeah.
built. You were a 150
Okay.
point character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most
never
superheroes
mind.
are 150 points until you start getting into Martian Manhunter and Superman, then you're 12-ish, yeah. 10 is most of the heroes you think of in a comic book.
Yep. That part's already been done for you. If we ever were to build characters again, we'd probably go through that and show you. But, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So,
Never mind then.
anything else?
No.
All right,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Why
So,
why
like-
is your little mannequin like giving me the finger, Sean?
He's been doing that for 2 months now.
Well, he was like he was dabbing like last week, I thought, and now
No,
it just
it-
looks like he's flipping me off. Like, what's his
Well,
problem?
I haven't touched him ever.
Yeah.
Unless Sprout got up there and was like, I'm gonna mess with this.
Okay, maybe I'm deceived.
I don't know. I think you guys got a bit of an attitude problem.
Poltergeist!
I think you have a bit of an attitude problem. So
I think your attitude towards his attitude problem is it's a problem.
It's,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Chad, Steve, or Ken, or what did we call the demon we haunted Sean with?
Kevin?
Kevin, it's Kevin, messing with your Legos.
Aww, that's cute.
Yeah, Kevin is the demon we summoned at Sean's house.
great.
Like Kevin James.
Like
Yes.
Kevin because he's a really dumb demon.
Yeah, he's
Kevin
not
Bacon?
great at what he does. I mean, if it was Kevin Bacon, that would be dope as hell. But no, this one just like causes you to like accidentally walk into walls just a little bit, or cause you to spill
Uses
your
the last of your
last
dip.
bit of Coke, loses, yeah, or like you're like, where did the cheese go? And like, you
So
know,
Kevin's like
so-
a cat. He
Oh,
takes
shit,
your
yeah.
shit, knocks things over.
He's a cat demon. You guys summon a cat demon.
Appropriate.
Problem
Good times.
solved. You're welcome.
So tonight, like I said, is going to be a sort of theater of the mind thing. There are no minis, there's no maps, there's no charts, just words and imagination. Describe what you're doing, describe how you're doing it, and roll your dice. That's what we're doing. So about 10 years ago, Steve, Eric, and friend of the show, Funky Thunder, and a few others of us used to play this almost every night for like a year. No freaking lie. We had nothing better to do with our time. So like Monday nights would be DC, Tuesday nights would be Marvel. I think we'd skip Wednesday because something was on TV. Thursday we'd go to somebody else's house and play another version of it. Like we were literally playing. And then like Saturday we would play our own. We merged the two universes and then advanced the timeline and New 52'd the hell out of it. And so we made different like alternate versions of current, like it was nuts. But yeah, we were literally almost playing this for.
And that Saturday one was back in the comic store, and we would play in the aisleways. So the entire
And
store was listening to us.
And this is before D&D was cool, so people were like, who are these nerds? Like, you know, but
Yes, in
Whatever.
the comic store, these are the nerds.
So yeah, we literally love this system that much, and I still love it. It's great. It's
You're
good for
still
like
that
6
nerdy,
months.
too.
Yeah, still that nerdy. Back then we made our own heroes from scratch, and then over the course of play, we sort of developed our own superhero universe. Steve actually had a big hand in this and probably created what I think is one of the greatest supervillains of all time. We also adapted the game to run games in the Marvel universe and the DC universe, but we always found that Eminem was at its best when you were just doing your own thing. And so tonight we're going to go back to simpler times and dive back into something we created, and now we're going to share it with a new audience. Is everybody ready? Good?
I'm uploading.
I have no
the
idea what's
symbol.
coming, so
I'm
I'm
uploading the
excited.
symbol now.
Here's a symbol. Ooh.
Yeah, Sean made a symbol, remember?
Oh, is this
Symbol?
I drew that in 2 seconds, and
Yeah, but it's the best we got. We're using it.
all right,
Symbol?
fine.
Ooh.
The
Wait,
whole
yeah, I
world's gonna
guess-
see it too.
He's 4?
Fabulous Four.
Well, hold on.
Hold up.
Fabulous with a P?
So our
PH.
story. Shut up. So our story starts with you four, the Phenomenal Four, in your phenomenal tower. It's a tall building, not the tallest, but it's one of the oldest in the city. You remember back in the day, it had a symbol on the building. It was like a large letter A, but you refitted that into a large letter P with an interlocking number 4. Well, there was a host of other heroes and super teams in the city. You're the premier team, backed by an inherited fortune from what some say was one of the greatest heroes of all time, Captain Awesome.
What's the name of the city?
The city.
Awesome.
Right.
Awesome City? Awesome City.
No, the city.
It's Awesome City now.
Well, it's the city.
The city is just called the city? City?
Yeah, the city.
Citytropolis.
Look, I gotta go. I got a whole who's on first that I hoped would go for 15 minutes here. So I need somebody just to buy into this and keep it going.
So it's the city.
Yeah,
we are
the city.
protecting the city.
Right, the city.
The city.
Right, what's the city's name? The city. Who's the city? The city. Yeah, all right, third base. Anyway, so
I don't know.
you do not remember how you fell into the tower, the tech, or the fortune. You just sort of did. And you've used it wisely to beat nefarious foes. Lately, though, things have been quiet. Too quiet. Even petty crime has been down, leaving everyone to wonder if something big is about to happen. Just as you settle in with your morning coffee and a chicken biscuit from the local fast food joint, an alarm goes off. There's a bank robbery at the First City Bank.
Oh.
Heroes, what do you do?
A bank robbery isn't a bank robbery. You can't be having villains run off with the First City Bank money. Everyone!
Or the bank, like last time.
Oh, they did take the whole bank last time. I guess I go over to the grandfather clock because it's in Phenomenal Tower. I open the clock face and I press the middle and I sound the phenomenal alarm for us all together at the phenomenal locker room.
Sounds good. The phenomenal alarm is going off, everyone. What are you doing?
Well,
Tyler, what are you doing?
I burst into full power energy mode, and I go out the window, and then I say, shit, sorry, let's fix that again. And I hover outside and wait for them.
Dwayne, what do you do?
Hey, quick, everyone to the squirrely gig copter.
Wait, doesn't that only
Kangaroo
see
gig.
Hold
one?
up. Hold up. Dwayne, what does the squirrely gig copter look like?
Kangaroo gig.
I want to know what everyone
Kangaroo gig.
Oh yeah, we
kangaroo
gotta do
gig.
descriptions. You're first.
Oh, yeah,
Dwayne.
that's right.
Dwayne's first.
Oh, jeez. So, wait, you wanted of the copter or of me?
Yes.
Both.
Ah, okay, so I will be a 40-year-old man with the ears of a kangaroo / wallaby coming up out of my head. I tend to
Maybe
rock
both.
rock back on my tail as it's a third limb. Kind of like, you know, when you're about to kick, when they prop up on their tail and they kick people.
Right.
I like rock back and forth like that all the time. I am wearing simple cargo style pants with some boots, so when I kick people, it's really hard.
Nice.
I will wear the essential Outback, what is it? The Crocodile Dundee top, Steve Urban.
Oh, like that sort of like
Oh.
jumper, like, yeah.
Yeah.
God, what is it?
Yeah, the khaki
Yeah.
top thing.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
you're Steve
Awesome.
Irwin if he was a superhero.
Yeah.
Like even more of a superhero than he already was.
If Steve Irwin, if he was.
No, I said no.
okay?
I said you're even
No.
more like he's more
Right?
of like
Yes.
Steve Irwin was already a hero. But
Exactly.
like he's if Steve Irwin was like an actual like got bit by a radioactive like wallaby.
Wallaby.
Radioactive.
What does Gigawatt look like?
Gigawatt's in his mid to late 30s. It's hard to tell. He's got electric blue eyes, silver hair, that is in the latest stat fashion and style.
Mm-hmm.
Clean shaven, smooth baby face for Steve. He wears all black and azure blue outfit with lightning bolts all over it, and he has a cape. He doesn't cover his face because Johnny Storm.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Steve,
And
Hank
the
the
best
Tank's already
boots.
entered the best foods. Hank the Tank's already entered the scene. What does he look like?
Hank the Tank is a massive tank of a man. He is about 32 years old. He weighs a lot, and he's real tall.
How tall?
Real tall.
And
Written on the-
are you
Written
like
on the character sheet.
are you like rotund, or are you just like muscle on muscle on muscle?
So he's about 6'10".
So if there was somebody that he looked like,
I'm getting there.
Okay.
there. So he's about 6'10", closing in on 300 pounds with just this massive barrel chest and huge arms, beautiful 80s wafted hair, full beard, but he's completely made of metal all the way top to bottom. Hair is metallic, beard is metallic, his skin is metallic, and he
Chest
wears...
hair.
Chest hair is definitely metallic, and there's plenty of it.
oh, it's like steel wool on his
Steel
chest.
wool on his chest.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no.
And he wears these tight white spandex tights, full length tights. But yeah, and he kind of looks like if anyone's ever seen
Colossus.
No.
ever seen the wrestler Big John Studd, that's what he looks like.
Are the tights the kind that come up over your waist, but then you roll it down?
Oh yeah, like they're up like just
Perfect.
over his belly button.
And no
And there's
shirt,
a-
right?
And there's a clear like bad stitch job where the stitched in undies like press out through the
I'm done.
through the tights.
Do you
And
wear
he
a
has
shirt?
and no, oh god, no,
Perfect.
no
What?
shirt. No shirt can contain all this.
How many rings
How many rings
and necklaces?
No, those get in the way of the fight. No. Like, Hank is all about business. He's very practical with the design. The tights are there so that enemies can't grab them, and he has his silver metal boots that he wears too.
Who was it that has the 80 hairstyle?
Hank.
Oh, you're gonna yeah, Hank.
So you have a mullet. This
Yeah.
is a
Mullet.
party in the
Not-
back.
No,
No.
It's a male blowout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone at home, Google the name of that wrestler. What was it again?
Big
John
John Stud.
Studd.
John Studd.
And just the first picture that shows up, like, yeah.
But
I
just
can't.
pure
Hold
metal
on.
all the way through. Everyone's
I
running
can't.
to Google.
Oh my god.
So,
That, but metal.
right?
I'm so excited, you guys.
So, Tiffany, when you recover, you have to follow that description.
Mockingbird is broken.
I can't top that. Okay.
80s, the 80s were a hell of a time, man.
Okay.
Silver Age.
Oh my god. Okay. Gotta calm down. That was just okay. So she prefers to be called D. You can say her full name if you'd like, but she prefers to either be called D or by her alias Mockingbird.
Mhm.
She has emerald green eyes and hip long, like pitch black dark hair,
Oh,
all the way up to
with
her
dark
waist.
hair.
It's very black, like blackest of the blackest night, and it's all natural. It's not, colored.
Dope.
and it's usually like very thick and wavy. She usually has it pinned up in a ponytail of various styles. In this case, in particular, it's in a high ponytail. She's rocking black boots, black leather jeans with like the rips at the knees. Like a little crop top, obviously like an old band t-shirt that's been like ripped up. But she kind of made it into like a crop top and like her leather jacket. She's almost always has headphones on, always jamming out to music. She just happened to have it on low volume this time when she heard the phenomenal alarm going off. She's in the middle of drinking her coffee and she's like, Mama's not happy till she finishes this coffee. So she just slowly walks her way over, sipping her coffee, muttering, I swear to God, if it's one more damn fucking bank robbery, shit's about to go down. Because she hasn't had a full cup of coffee yet.
Well, it is another bank robbery.
Well, shit's about to go down.
All right. So,
Everybody at home. Picture.
all right, what do you do?
So, Hank being full of life and energy and very enthusiastic to go fight crime. D! Bottoms up on that coffee, we gotta go, get ready! Smiles on faces and fists at the ready!
And then you hear the main display window explode again. Shit, sorry!
She's just staring at Hank with like the death glare that a cat gives you, like when you just wake it up and it just glares at you, and she's just drinking her coffee, glaring at Hank like, bitch, just try me. Just try me.
I'm zipping around the tip of the tower at full speed impatiently, like a lightning bolt, 100 miles an hour. Let's go, guys! Let's go, guys! Every time I pass the window.
Oh my God.
Dorian hops into his copter.
Excellent. So, the First City Bank is downtown, and you're uptown. So, you go there. How all do you travel? So, Tyler, I imagine you zip along the power lines and things like that. You can fly also?
I will fly till we're close, and then I will use the power lines to observe. But yeah, I'm just flying.
Okay. Dwayne, you're in your copter. Mockingbird and Hank, how do you get there?
I believe Mockingbird has a motorcycle.
I
Yes.
do, which I'm going to use.
All right.
After she
Hank-
pours the remainder of her coffee into a thermos, like she takes like the rest of the coffee, pours it into a thermos, and just like kind of takes it with her. She's not a morning person, okay?
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Hank has no form of transportation.
I will tell Hank to hop in, but remind him not to sit on the professor.
Oh, mighty kind of you, Marsupial. Thank you. Can I fit? And I like squeeze.
And can it take the weight?
Good question.
Oh my God.
It's very hard.
You're a little slowed.
It's just.
You're
It's
kind of
just that
doing
my
like
knees are up to my chest, and like my shoulders are like this wide, and I'm just like, very nice helicopter you have here.
As it goes off the top of the building and then drops down. That's really slow.
all right, cool. So you get close, and Tyler, since you're so fast, we'll say that you get there first. How do you approach?
I'm gonna teleport myself into the power lines, hop inside, and look around.
Okay, so you're doing that like two googly eyes come out of like an eye socket and look around and just like
Exactly.
go back in. And you notice that the vault doors have just been kind of blown off their hinges, and you hear like a large rumbling sound, and then just like the whole building shakes, and like the mortars of it just sort of like come apart, and something's just shaking this place to pieces.
I teleport back outside and yell at them. They're stealing the whole thing again.
And as you do that, everybody arrives. You hear that, and then all of a sudden, like, comes bursting out of the doors is like this sort of skinny looking little fellow. But he looks like his early 30s, late 20s, just like scraggly looking, just real thick jaw and everything. And does anybody have like a history or like a knowledge skill of like villains or anything like that?
It'll be on
we'll
your
find out.
skills tabs.
I don't think I do. I remember looking through that.
I have intimidate.
I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge at all.
I have a gather information thing.
Sure, you can use that.
Streetwise-
Streetwise or gather information. Gather information like you have a database of villains or something like that.
Oh well, yeah,
that
I'm
you
gonna use
can tap
that one
into.
then. I just clicked the dice thing to do it, right?
That should do it. Yeah.
Mm,
Holy
that's
shit!
it's a good start.
Whoa!
So
Hi.
this is the fun part of Mutants and Masterminds is just the rolls are insane because you can do that. So you're like in it, and it only takes you a couple of minutes, and you sort of put in the database and the whirly gig and a couple other things around. Like there's the closed circuit cameras that are able to like get a visual and give you a positive match. And this is Seismic Jake Busey.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, Seismic Jake Busey.
Oh my god.
He is the son of Seismic Gary Sinise, but no relation to the actual actors. But they are well acquainted.
Okay.
And you know that like his father, Seismic Jake
It's all
Busey
time.
gets it all the time.
No, it's not
Seis-
me. Get it all the time.
Seismic Jake Busey, he has vibration control where he can just like earthquake stuff apart.
Does he look like Jake Busey?
Yes, exactly like Jake Busey. It's uncanny.
Okay.
Yes.
Poor actor Jake Busey.
It's all right. It's the first time anybody's ever heard Jake Busey's name in 10 years.
Damn.
Jerry, what are you doing? Why are you breaking the bank? Nailed the first comic book phrase.
Wow.
Good start. Let's go.
Good start.
This is
It's /RD20 plus whatever.
Yes. Space though. /R space D20 1D20 plus modifier.
Okay, cool. Cool. So everybody roll their initiative.
Okay.
there it is.
Oh, it's gonna be on the main tab.
Asa. Oh wow. Off to a
God damn. Okay.
fantastic start. Yeah, what is up with your insane high rolls already?
Hot start. She put in the hacks.
It's cause my character is drinking coffee. And
good
that
point.
is the lifeblood of everything. Hence, the boss rolls.
Oh, it's not shooting it into the thing.
We don't have any tokens.
Yeah, there's no tokens. You're gonna. I'll help
Oh, that's right.
you.
Gross.
I'll do those. You do Steve and her. I'll do me and Dwayne.
All right. I'll have to remember that next time.
Oh, we can't do it at the same time.
Oh, can't?
That's arguing with us. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good good start.
Yeah.
You know what it is though? It's the best for last.
All right, for
There
the
you
people
go.
at home, it's Mockingbird, then myself, then Seismic Jake Busey. Don't shoot him in the pretty face. Hank the Tank, followed by Marsupial Man, dead last.
So, Seismic Jake Busey has like, he's just carrying like hefts of bags on his shoulders, and he just drops them and just looks at you and kind of squares off against Mockingbird as he kind of detects that she's going to go first. So, what do you do?
So she just looks at him, point finger up, finishing her coffee. Looks at him.
That's a move action.
Jake, you know what happens when I don't drink my coffee.
Yeah, well,
Don't make
I
me
already
break your
had my
eardrums.
coffee. Oh, go ahead. You can try. And you see like his fingers vibrate, and like you can already feel like the earth around you starting to vibrate.
Shakes her head, sighs, takes a deep breath, and I want to do sonic attack
All right, go.
because he's testing my patience. Ooh, attack modifier? Cool.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to edit any of that. It's just if you have bonuses or something at the time.
Okay. Click. Submit. Submit. Did I do that right?
Her attack roll didn't output.
Because it's an area effect.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yep.
But a base stand area effect 20. Okay. So at this point, it's a reflex save, right?
Correct.
So at this point, you aim it at him, you throw out your voice, and at this point, he has to make a reflex save of
How
20.
how does Mockingbird's scream come out?
It kind of like starts off like a very soft, like kind of off, like it's a soprano voice, and it starts off very soft, and it slowly builds up to like this huge crescendo of like Phantom of the Opera, like glass shattering, high pitched noise where you're like, oh my god, stop! Where like dogs are howling in the background because it's so high pitched. And it's just like a tidal wave of just soft and slow and building up to like you're literally being punched in the face by sound, and dogs are howling several blocks away.
So instead of a banshee howl, it's perfectly on key.
Nice.
Yes,
So
it is.
this
It's
is gonna-
very beautiful sounding.
So
but,
here's how this is
like,
going to go.
Shit.
He's got to roll a reflex save first to see if he actually takes damage or how this works.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll. He rolled a 2. Which
Ouch.
means
That's a
he
good start.
absolutely fails. So he's going to take a negative to his toughness roll. And rolled a 21. So actually good job.
Failed.
So he failed. So he takes a blast, and he kind of stands on his feet, but you can tell like the dirt and the rocks that are caught up in it just actually like pummel him, and he takes a pip of damage. I'm just saying.
Pip of damage.
A singular pip.
Yay!
Hip of damage?
A pip of damage.
I didn't drink enough coffee today. That's the problem. There's not enough oomph. I need coffee. That's really
Cool.
my superpower. Drinking all that caffeine.
Gigawatt, it's your turn. What you do?
This has been a fun bankers reunion, but I've lost interest. Lightning bolt.
Eye roll.
Look, man, I'm
Oh
getting
my
I'm
God.
getting hero points
No.
for comic book references,
That is
Steve.
so good.
Wait,
wow.
what did you say? It just kind of went.
This has been a fun bankers reunion, but I've lost interest.
You can have a hero
Thank you.
So bad.
twice now.
I think we could wrap up here, guys. That's pretty much the highlight of the night.
Yeah, I think we're almost done. It's been an hour and a half. I think it's a good run. I think we had fun.
Okay.
Switch to the wrong tab. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's
Do you think?
amazing.
Do you think? Oh, right. This thing wants me to add modifiers. I'm sorry. Lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
It's actually a line. I don't know why it rolled an attack. It should be a save. But hey, I set that up wrong. So I'm going to scroll back to the first one, Sean. It should not have rolled twice. There you go.
Okay.
It should be a reflex save because that's a line. That's not an attack. I set that up wrong.
Man, you guys are you're hitting his weak spot. So that is what's the save DC against it?
20. 10 plus
20?
power level, right? Yeah, 20.
Yeah. All right. So it's going to roll a reflex and absolutely fail because he's got no reflex. Oh man, so close.
Oh, close.
And then he's going to roll that damage.
Yep.
So he's at a -1 because he's bruised, because heroes don't do lethal damage. So instead of a plus 14 toughness, he actually has a plus 13 toughness right now. So he's going to try to roll that and save against the damage. And
Fail.
a 3. Thank you. Awesome. So he is actually... That's -5. So at this point, he takes a pip of damage, and he's actually stunned. So what happens at his turn is he just basically becomes unstunned, and it moves on to Hank the Tank.
Heyo. Does he have any minions with him, or is it just him trying to go
Just him.
solo?
It's just him.
Okay.
You're welcome for the setup.
Thank you. Oh man, he looks a little shocked. I guess we gotta put him down now. And he's saying, "Hurt the tank incoming!" And I run, arms pumping, full action. And as I run through him, I'm just throw this big old clothesline.
Okay.
And I want to clothesline him, and you know what? I'm just gonna hit him for now.
Okay. Try to do damage.
Try to do some other things. Here we go. Boom! 19 hit him.
He has a 14 defense, so that totally hits.
I'd like
So
to
he's
point
got
out
a-
the awesomeness of the name of your attack. Moving on.
So that is a damage DC of 29, which is
Correct.
pretty high.
Very high. So, as mentioned before, Hank the Tank, mechanically, he trades off the ability to hit people more often with the ability to hit them very hard. So my maximum to hit is lower than other characters, but my damage is higher.
All right, cool. So, gonna roll for toughness. 19 -10. All right, so, actually, so that actually is a 12, so it's -18. So he actually is staggered and stunned at the moment.
So, are you actually Hank the Tank or Hank the Choo Choo?
Hank Engine.
Hank
Tank
and
Engine.
It's shortened
Hank
for
the
it's shortened for
Hank
the
the Tank
merch.
Engine.
Got to fit it on a mug.
Yeah,
Right.
it's gotta go. Yeah, it can't be like too long. It's gotta go in a t-shirt.
It's also
mug.
easier to do those sounds than a tank. I'm not even sure. Like,
It's the same sound. It's the same sound, just at a lower decibel.
Steve, you may have a hero point.
for just making a fool of myself.
Yes. Marsupial Man.
All this is going on. Have we landed yet? Have we made it there?
Yeah, you're there. You're
Hank's on the
you're
ground.
Like, yeah, you're sort of like hanging out your copter, ready to jump and attack.
Well, I mean, no need to get all crazy yet. I will jump at him jump and tackle him like a spider monkey.
Okay, cool. So are you gonna try to like grapple him, or are you trying to knock him down?
I'm gonna try and go grapple him.
Oh shit, grapple.
Yeah, we haven't messed with this mechanic yet. Why not?
Let's do it.
Yeah. It's turn. Even know what I'm rolling for. Hey.
I will tell you in a second.
While you look that up, right before Tank's arm makes connection with him and knocks him over like a bowling ball pin, I shout out, "Should have checked your balance while you were in there."
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Puns.
Wow,
There's
Just-
so many pink puns.
you're doing Sarah proud. That's all I got to say.
Gonna have to make her watch this later.
Absolutely.
So
well,
a,
then-
grapple,
well, Okay, go ahead.
a grapple attack is your attack bonus plus
Uh.
your strength modifier plus your super strength modifier if you have one, and your size modifier if you're bigger than medium.
Which is all pre-put together in the little grapple total at the bottom of your main page.
Oh, it's there already? Okay, cool.
Oh, there. Oh, okay. I guess I should have. Sorry, I didn't see that. So I just roll grapple.
Yeah.
Yep.
29.
And it will be opposed against whoever this is.
Good roll.
Seismic Gary
Jake-
Busey.
Gary Busey.
Jake Busey. Jake Busey.
JP.
Did I put? Yeah, Jake Busey. Okay. All right. So he only has like strength, so he's gonna try to roll that and try to beat a 29 and not. So he's grappled.
And I will say, you won't be withdrawing from this scene anytime soon.
Oh my god!
As I struggle and grapple him to the ground.
Nice. All right. So he's held. So Mockingbird, if you use any of your sonic attacks, you have the risk of hitting Marsupial Man at this point. So.
That's when the beat sticks come out.
Eating sticks.
Right? What?
So this guy is just getting bum rushed by the
So many puns, I forgot to play music.
He's the
Terrible.
shocker.
I'm trying to like honestly I'm trying to think of like a bank related pun without looking anything up online. But I'm just gonna talk this all up to her had enough coffee or system that she's just like not in typical superhero mode. And she just kind of like walks over, still drinking her coffee because her throat hurts a little bit from screaming, and walks over and she sees Marsupial Man like messing around and grappling at him, and so she just like karate chops him right at like at the neck, like
Nice.
like while still drinking her coffee. So it's like one hand.
Go for it.
Okay, so that would be the martial arts one, correct?
Yes. I think so. Nice. So you hit him and you whack him in the face. So let's see if you do any damage. No. He takes another pip of damage. It's not looking great.
Like, Jake, come on now. You know what happens when Mama don't get her coffee. Don't mess with Mama D.
I'll win this one. I got it. Gigawatt.
Giga who?
I'm gonna help Marsupial Man hold him in place by adding to the grapple. How does that work?
You would basically aid him, so you would make a grapple check against his grapple, and then if it succeeds, then Marsupial Man would get like a +2 at least this round.
I'm the worst. I didn't have that set up, so I gotta roll raw. I'm rolling with my power,
Okay.
which makes my grapple ridiculous. Not as ridiculous as Hank's, though.
Oof. So how do you actually like grapple him with your powers?
Lightning lashes around him,
Oh, nice.
Oh.
because it's a subset of that. Oh!
Eh.
I still win!
He can't really move and he can't really like dodge your lightning lashes, so he's just kind of like held in place, and he becomes unstunned this round and attempts to break free from the grapple. No, he's just going to wiggle his hands and cause a vibration with everybody around him. I need everybody to give me a reflex save.
Does that include me flying?
Yes.
Okay.
There it is.
You want us to go in order?
Yeah, go ahead. You're in Tyler, Dwayne, Tiffany, and Steve on my screen. So
Okay.
Is this a
26.
Is this against being
Natural 1.
Well, I am right underneath him. I mean,
20. Is this against being tripped, Steve asked?
no, it's against being damaged.
Oh, what a dick! Reflex save, you say?
Poor Hank. Can't do worse than Marsupial. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
So, Gigawatt just sort of like snaps out of the way, like zips out of the range of his close burst, and Mockingbird just sort of actually like uses her voice to cancel out the frequency in front of her. But
Oh, nice.
I like it.
Hank, you're just not that fast, and you're just caught up in the vibrations around you. So roll a toughness save.
Do I have to?
Yes. Oh, are you impervious?
He is.
Mm-hmm.
How high is yours?
Oh.
It's stupidly high, too. 15, 16?
I have impervious 14.
So it's weird because these vibrations feel
Don't you?
penetrative. Not really.
Starting that shit already, huh?
Yeah. So you're like, oh no, okay, yeah, doesn't hurt me. Unfortunately, Marsupial Man, you are literally vibrated into the air and just like thrown up and come down and hit the ground. Roll a toughness save.
Yeet.
yeah, I get yeeted into the air.
Eve hath been yeeted.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
It's better than a
Horrible
1.
So yeah, you were close. You take a pip of damage. So your next toughness save would that be at a -1, and you're also stunned next round.
In a way,
Broke up a little bit. What'd you say?
how do I pip eyes myself on my sheet?
I thought I saw a thing on there, but that's a good question.
I thought I saw where you could click something.
This is a fan-made sheet, so we might have to make a couple
Or do I hit?
compensations.
Under bruise, just give yourself 1.
Oh,
okay.
right. I see.
Yeah. Then just remember that's what you're subtracting from your rolls going forward.
Okay. I didn't know if it was something that once you hit 1, then it automatically did it or something like that.
It might.
It might. We'll find out.
Honestly, we'll find out.
I'll check your roll next time you roll the dice and let you know.
Yeah. It's a learning experience for us all.
I just remembered you actually have to roll to become unstunned.
No, you
Isn't it-
don't.
No, you don't.
No, it just
No.
lasts a turn in this version.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Don't get confused with Savage World Stun, which is
Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, that's what I'm remembering. You're right. Cool. All right, so
too many stuns.
I know, right? Hank, it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna back up a little bit, kind of do a back pedal. Deet 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 deet.
Are you making that noise?
Worse. And then I want to start running through once again. kaboom, and run through seismic Jake Busey over here. And I'm going to overrun him.
Okay.
Does he get a bonus because I'm still grappling him?
Are you grappling him?
Yeah, mine
He is
never
technically
broke.
still yeah, his never broke.
I dodged.
So yeah, he's technically still grappled by lightning.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so he is going to have to. I need to make a trip attack against him. So I'm going to make a melee attack to try to hit him. So if he is grappled, he probably has a negative to his dodge modifier.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try to hit him with a melee attack. Here we go. Take! 17?
17? That hits.
Oh yeah. All right. So come in, and I go to overrun him, and I'm just putting my shoulder, and I'm just like shoulder checking him as I run past.
Okay.
He has to make a check opposed by. He has to make a check against my strength, dexterity, or acrobatics check, whichever is highest. So I'm going to choose my strength, obviously, and he would normally get to choose his strongest. However, I trip really well because I run people over. I'm going to make him use his weakest. So whatever his weakest is, strength or dex, is what he has to roll.
So he can't make this save. So I'm just gonna say you knock him out.
Oh.
And so you wait around. The press comes. You take your snapshots. You hand them over to the police, and that's your first battle. And we'll pause here for a moment and come back here in like 15 minutes.
Oh, it's the music.
We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
Every time. See you all after break.
So we're back, and you guys just defeated your first villain. So congratulations.
Did he really count as a villain, though?
This time,
Yeah.
he will be rehabilitated.
Will he?
This time.
The
Full
police are
time
like,
charm.
well, we're going to take him into custody because that's what we do. And the press are all like trying to get interview questions with you and everything. So how do you guys react? What do you guys do?
I make sure that Professor Possum has tweeted all of the information that has happened in this epic battle.
He live tweeted the fight.
I want Professor Possum to be our spokesman, but he still talks in possum.
He does, and only you can understand him. But he
Yeah,
can tweet
right.
in English.
Right.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, there are several people trying to interview Professor Possum, and it's just going about as well as you think that would.
So when they're interviewing, I'm like, I think that you all should know. You should interview Hank because he is of principal interest in this endeavor.
Wow. Just wow. Okay.
Because I know Hank won't say anything, so that amuses me. He'll just stand there like that while they talk at him. Perhaps occasionally changing poses.
Mr. Tank, what part did you take part in the thwarting of this bank robbery?
There it is.
In that, yeah, there you go. All right, thank you, Mr. Tank. So the police haul off seismic Jake Busey, and in a special car that nullifies some of his powers, and the reporters get disinterested in Hank posing, and they can't really understand Professor Possum. And so they kind of disperse, and you're just kind of left to your own devices at this point. But about this time, you get a warning message on your cell phones and your data pads and everything that something's going on back at the town.
Back at the tower?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said the town. I'm like, aren't we in town?
It was
Well,
a
no,
feint!
Oh, we're in the city.
There's the city, and then there's
Ah.
town.
Right.
Right. You gotta head to town.
Town is where Martha lives. That is all of our mothers.
We don't all have the same mother.
They're all just Martha.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So I guess Hank pulls out a cell phone that has a metal otter box.
Yes.
And boom, boom, crack.
Hank, that's your 12th phone this week.
They just don't make them like they used to. It's not sturdy enough.
Sorry, it's not a Nokia.
My Nokia would have made that, but they said that wasn't good enough, and it didn't get apps, whatever those are.
That's what Hank is made out of. He's made out of the
Nokia.
material that they made.
Nokia metal.
Yes.
We gotta get back to the tower. I'll hail a cab.
No, I got you, Hank. And this time, I use telekinesis to fly back with Hank because I can take up to 100 tons. I think I can handle Hank.
Nice.
I will fly back in the copter.
Nice.
I will hit a Starbucks drive-through and then head back to the tower.
So,
It's massaging
You can
Hank. It's like tingly massage the whole time.
ooh.
Because you're metal.
I'm metal.
Exactly.
So, have we considered the fact that we're not contributing to the local economy?
Yes,
Hence
but
why
the
she went to
carbon
Starbucks.
emissions. Our carbon footprint is low.
It's a good call.
Superheroes.
Okay.
So, Tiffany, you've kept up with this coffee bit pretty well. You can have a hero point.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. And so even though Mockingbird went through a drive-through and is on a motorcycle, you all arrive back at the tower at the same time.
That tracks.
Yeah. So you rush up into the main sort of area of the tower, your control center, your fortress of solitude, your den of do-gooding.
Den of do-gooding.
Our Ventures Tower.
Please stop.
Yeah, no. And y'all get in, and you see an elderly man fiddling with the main computer and like going through the systems. And he turns around, looks at you for a moment, and everybody give me notice checks real quick.
Notice?
Notice. I think it's notice in this one.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. Notice. This is also one of the first systems that sort of like
I'll go
condensed
first.
a lot of things and made sense of the things.
Gigawatt
Good,
gets a
nice.
25. Marsupial Man gets an
And-
11.
God.
Hank the Tank gets a 14. Mockingbird gets a 19.
Nice.
All right, cool. So, Marsupial Man's just like, what's this boomer doing on my computer? Hank is again like, okay, boomer, that's where I sit. And then Mockingbird, you actually notice he's standing up and he's sort of doing things with one hand on the computer, and you notice his other hand's on a cane. And you notice that much, but Gigawatt actually notices that the top of the cane is in the shape of a spoon.
Hey guys,
So-
look at his cane. It's shaped like a spoon.
And at that moment, he turns around. He's like, I thought that idiot would keep you longer. I'm not here. And everybody give me will saves.
I'm not here.
Oh no.
Oh, Dwayne, buddy.
Oh no. Oh
Oh, no! Oh!
Oh, that's not great, guys.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What's going
So,
on with this game?
so Marsupial Man and Mockingbird both go, and like she goes to the coffee maker and is just endlessly making coffee. Marsupial Man just is having a conversation with Professor Possum, who is literally pointing at this old man. It's like that guy, and Marsupial Man's just kind of like, yeah. And so we were up a tree, and then Hank and Gigawatt kind of go about their days, but then the old man sort of stops, sits, and thinks. He's like, well,
But then Hank goes, I spend one of, or I'm sorry, Gigawatt goes, I spend a hero point. What are you still doing here?
keep that hero point.
Okay.
So he sort of thinks for a moment, and he's like, well, maybe. And then he looks and just calls out all to you, have a seat. And you're all compelled to instantly have a seat at your main table. And you sit down.
I'm polishing my bicep.
I have a conversation with this guy about consent.
Well, he is a boomer, so he doesn't understand. So he's like, do you know the history of this tower? Do you know what went on in this place?
I have a feeling like you're going to tell us for a really long time.
Well,
I don't.
I know that a lot of the tower is actually made up of girders and infrastructure and beams, which is metal. Metal comes from the earth. So if you think about it, the history of this tower is just the history of the earth.
I haven't really kept tabs on you for. So, which one of you has just got the brains? I ain't got that kind of time.
We all point at the possum.
Yes!
No, of the player characters,
Oh,
my intelligence
shit.
is the highest.
So, do you know?
Not by a lot.
Do you know the history? This used to be the awesome tower. It used to be awesome, but that man was an idiot. But he was useful. But
Hold on. Internet search with Power Array. All this articles here says he was pretty awesome.
All right, I'm gonna talk to the possum. All right. So,
Are you saying he's the awesome possum?
oh, god damn it. So he begins to relay to you the story of Captain Awesome, where 10 years ago.
No, because that's copyrighted. We're not going to say that.
Strike that from the record. Oh crap, we did look that one up, didn't we?
Wait, that's an actual character?
It's like a Sega character, and they're mean.
Technically,
I had no idea.
technically, you and I are also existing heroes, Tiffany, but they're very obscure. It's okay.
Okay.
And we're nothing like them.
So he relays to you the story of the day that Captain Awesome disappeared 10 years ago. How he went out on a call on a prison break, but he never came back. And so he's thinking about this, and he's just like, you know what? I can't profit from a dead world. But if you all need more personal goals, he's actually eating cookies.
Wow.
If you all need a
Gotta get
more
in character.
personal goal, 8 billion people are about to either die or be enslaved. So he sort of gets up, walks over to like a desk where this statue is just always sat, and none of you have ever really noticed it. And he just sort of turns it, and a secret door that you never knew about at the back of the room opens up. It's like, just go. Just go. If you go, you'll figure out what's going on. But just do your thing, all right?
I like your accent. Are you from other city? Capital O.
I'm from around.
Around city, capital A. Got it.
Hey, oh man. Oh jeez.
That was bad.
Hank looks to Mockingbird. When did he put that room in here?
I go through the secret door.
Pointing at the old man.
You best follow
Probably
your.
around the time I was putting sugar in my coffee.
You best follow your Gigawatt over there, or whatever his name is.
What?
And I guess good luck, maybe. I don't know. Just don't. I need to stay rich. Just go.
I immediately follow the gigolo.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Shouldn't we beat this guy up?
No, you shouldn't. Go in the door.
You're gonna beat an old man?
Oh.
That's elder abuse. That's against the law. What kind of superhero are you?
He's
Even
not.
I know that.
He's not supposed to be. I'll just go through the door. It's fine.
Mockingbird, you're the only one left with your nice, really hot cup of coffee in your like favorite desk chair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a nice
like
chair.
you. Everybody has
So
like their own version of like their chair at the table, but yours is like this one you've had for like 20 years. It's just ratty. Like the leather's been like reupholstered at least once. Like the armrests are all been sort of like worn down, where like you just rest your arms in them, and it just sort of like cups them perfectly because just age. But that door is really compelling.
Coffee is strong.
I
slowly get
teleport
up.
out of the computer and I'm like, the power lines were connected. How did I never notice? And then I'm gone again.
He's got more juice in his little body than my coffee has. Very slowly gets up, coffee in hand, starts walking, looks at the old man.
Well, he's
Better be
gone.
worth
He walked
it.
down the stairs. You're looking at like the stairs where he was. It'll be worth it.
She just shakes her head and starts to head down, slowly drinking her coffee because it hasn't quite hit yet, but it's going to.
So it's one of those long, dark corridors that as you walk, like big old lamps on the floor light up as you go. And at the end is like a door with like the A symbol that you long have torn down off the building. And it sort of like lights light up around it, and there's just like this little tune that plays, and the door slides open, and just beyond is a very small room, and inside is like this platform with like this thing above it, and this just small little console standing next to it.
Is there a big red button?
There are several big red buttons.
I want to hit one of the big red buttons.
She hits one of the big red buttons, and all of a sudden there's like this humming, and like there's this sparking, and like the thing just in the middle just like sort of comes alive, and there's just like arcing energy between the top piece and the bottom piece.
Hey, someone come hit a button with me.
I get to work figuring this out with Professor Possum.
Okay. Which of you has the better computers or
He has
engineering?
computers, I have electrical engineering and technology.
Okay. Roll your technology or intellectual engineering, and Dwayne, we need Professor Possum to roll the computers.
We never
I got
actually made him a sheet.
Well, you gave it to me in the description here.
I don't even know if that's still accurate. It should have been modified too. He has plus 10
Yeah.
in computers and plus 10 in all physical sciences.
Go ahead and roll like
Biology and stuff.
computers plus 10. D20 plus 10.
You do yours first, and I'll do mine.
No, he's plus 8 to computers and science knowledge is for your possum, not plus 12.
Yeah, it should be
Oh,
10 for
okay.
all. We balanced it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So 10 for. Or am I just rolling a D20?
Well, yep.
Plus 10?
Mm-hmm.
And then when he's done, do you want engineering from me or technology?
I need to put the R.
Either one you feel is more appropriate.
Okay.
Nice.
That's
So
not bad.
Marsupial Man sets Professor Possum down at the console, and he's just working at it. He's like hitting buttons, seeing where the reaction is, and he thinks he's kind of got it figured out. Gigawatt. Okay, electrical engineering 21.
Correct.
So you can actually tell that from this and a small conversation with Professor Possum, which you somehow manage at this point.
You have to relate it through me.
We text
Yeah.
because he can type English.
Oh, he can text, exactly. You have a text conversation.
Oh, jeez.
So in fact, you can like zip into his actual phone.
Exactly.
So
So
you're
he's
literally
talking to
just-
himself.
Yeah, basically. So you actually discover that like this dematerializes matter and teleports it somewhere.
It's a teleporter.
Whoa.
I have a very serious question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Professor Possum an American possum or an Australian possum? 'Cause they are
I didn't
two
know there was
very
two kinds.
different. They're two very different things.
Well, this
An
is just
Australian possum is very cute and cuddly, and people in Australia love them and actually feed them food. While an American possum is like a naked cat that can't get rabies.
But what
and
if?
Steals
What
from you.
if? What if there is no Australia or USA and we're just the city in the country? Capital T, capital C.
Australia,
Uh,
down
I-
under.
I wanted to be an Australian possum because then it would be really cute.
That would actually go because he's supposed to have like a little lab coat and like lab goggles on. So I think that would fit better on an Australian possum rather than.
Yay! Okay, I'm sorry. Continue your story. Sorry, sir. I just really had to know.
I question how a teleporter can help us end the destruction of the entire world.
You're not sure. You didn't get much detail.
I turn it on and go through. Superhero.
So you know
God.
that
Oh.
basically all of you are gonna have to stand on this thing, and like Professor Possum's gonna have to like hit a button and jump into the beam as it's dematerializing you. So you all have to go at once.
I explain this and say, we're heroes. We take risks. I jump up on the
Take risks.
platform and I cover my junk with my hands.
Okay. Do me next.
No. We do this all at once. Like in that one video I showed you on the internet.
Not that video, the other one.
Yeah, the other one.
Oh!
What's wrong with you?
Oh, got it. All right.
Wow.
To the
Alright.
platform.
D chugs the rest of her coffee, slams it down on the counter, wipes her lips, takes a deep breath. Let's go do this shit. And slowly walks up onto the platform.
All right,
Stands
so you all
there.
take poses. Professor Possum does his little like thing, and then hits a button. And as this thing like starts to, the beam starts to like take you in, he jumps in and he comes in with you, and you all turn into possum people when you arrive.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't know what's going
Do we
on
retain
here.
our powers? If so, I'm good with this.
No, you're actually
Same.
just possum people.
Then I am not okay with this at all.
Yeah, it sucks.
I go
I'm
eat
sorry.
garbage till midnight.
Okay. I can waste time
Hank,
rolling.
you have
rolling.
to try this sandwich with me. It's so vile.
Too real, Tyler. Too real.
D just like starts screaming at
it's just
windows,
Friday.
trying to shatter them.
It's
People just think she's
Friday.
hungry.
Right? Yep.
So you arrive in another room just like the one that you left, and the whole machine just sort of powers down. But the lights are on the room, and there's a door in front of you with like a red button.
I will
It's
jump through the power
glowing.
lines and see what's up with this building before we go through any doors.
So you're not in a building, you're in a space station above Earth.
I come back out of the power line and I'm like, so don't freak out, you guys. But we're in space.
What?
We're in
What is going on?
space, as in like we're in a new space?
I always
Or, like,
heard that Captain
space,
Awesome had
space?
space stations because he's like a space lord.
Hold on.
I always heard that rumor.
We're in like a space.
No,
Like,
you're like in the space. You know where the moon is?
No, no,
You're-
no,
Hank,
no,
you're
no.
you're an astronaut
No.
now, Hank.
D starts panicking. She's
I go
having
look.
an existential crisis.
I go look for viewports and open them all.
She starts like
D.
hyperventilating.
D, no, you gotta control your breathing. There's limited oxygen in space.
Her voice starts getting like that, like that
Limited
weird, like
oxygen.
high pitched whine that like dogs get when like they're anxious.
No, with me. Think, count backwards from 10 using only metals. Okay.
Astronauts
10.
count backwards from 10 when they're about to go into space. I don't want to be in space.
Start with 10. 10.
In 10 seconds, I'm going to die. In 9 seconds, I'm going to die. In 8 seconds, I'm going to die.
No. We can't
She just
die. We're
starts-
heroes.
Heroes can die. Don't you know that's why people don't wear capes anymore? Phoom, into a jet plane.
I grab my
Think
cape and I
fast.
look at it and I'm like, we don't.
So, Gigawatt, you sort of fly around all the electrical wirings in this, and you do open the viewports and stuff. And imagine like what is it, Justice League, and they have their tower and everything.
Yes.
So it kind of looks like that, but like, there's just this one room with the teleporter, and you walk out into like this massive sort of like nerve center with all these like screens and everything, and it's all still running and still going and still like monitoring things. You're not sure what or where. There's a nice kitchenette in the back in a break room.
Vending machine? Fact machine?
Yeah, but everything is like from 10 years ago.
Cheetos and
We talk-
Twinkies.
We talking like
So we're good.
we talking like name brand snacks here, or like
Yeah.
oh,
But only very particular ones. Like there's only like you know,
like
it's
someone's
just like
favorites.
yeah, it's like Cheetos, and then there's like, you know, it's only like Coke. There's no like there's no Pepsi or anything like that. It's almost like as if this stuff was sort of like provided.
You guys, we're in space. You think the Chrome Boogie Boarder lives on this station?
Wow, I'm writing that one down.
Chrome boogie board.
On fire.
Heavy sigh.
Oh,
Well-
geez.
Oh, we can't keep doing that. No. I was about to go on a tangent.
So yeah, you have
Um,
this whole like nerve center
Now,
thing in front
for
of you.
actual seriousness, I get to work figuring out how this place works, and then however
Okay.
long that takes, you can focus on them.
Roll me a computers check because you can probably zip through all the machines and just sort of data plug them.
Can we use technology?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, Dee's too busy having a panic attack right now.
I am trying to help D as much as possible.
I am having a conversation with the professor, trying to figure out if he understands how we got here, because I don't.
He's actually like trying to convey particle metaphysics to you, and it's just like whoosh. And he's really getting frustrated that you're not understanding like the basic concepts that he's like trying to throw down for you. And he's just like, don't you read the internet? Don't you, what do you do on the internet besides porn? Like, what do you do? What do you do? Aren't you interested in like PBS Spacetime or anything? Like, what do you do? There's all these good resources.
Why am I your sidekick and not Gigawatts?
It's pretty much.
I got a 21.
Nice. Okay. So, it is what it looks like. It looks like it's just this massive sort of monitoring system. It's tapped into like local phone lines, into the cell towers, and it's just like listening for all this stuff. And that's sort of like the minor function of it, almost as if like that's not as important. So, but the other part is just like it's constantly monitoring extraterrestrial like activity, and you actually pick up on something like bearing down on the Earth rather quickly.
I don't mention this out loud yet because I'm side-eyeing D over there. What I do say though is, I feel like this violates a lot of acts of Congress as I look through all this personal information it's recording. What's the second? You said that was a minor function of this place. What's the major
Like the
function?
monitoring, the major function is actually monitoring external stuff, and that's where you're getting like you manage to like stick into the system that is actually sort of the main viewport for that, and it's actually monitoring an object that's of extraterrestrial origin that's bearing down towards the Earth.
Does it match anything in this database or anything we may have heard of as superheroes before?
Roll. You got history or
That
like
would
knowledge
be
villains or.
D's specialty, so
All right, you're gonna have to tell her then.
I walk over to D and I'm like, hey, you feeling okay? And I go to put a friendly hand on her shoulder and I give her a little calming jolt.
Calming jolt.
That's a thing you can do, yes. I don't know if I can do it. You can use electricity to change moods.
That is true.
True. Yeah.
And then I'm like, could you look at this for me? This looks familiar to me, but I can't quite remember from where. It's like just a picture I found in the database. It's like a moving picture from not now.
Moving picture from not now? Sure. And she just kind of looks at it, and I'm assuming this is under gather information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or do you have investigate, or do you have any basic knowledge skills?
I have streetwise for knowledge, and I would more likely get something from gather information versus investigate.
Roll streetwise. Is that sort of like you remembering stuff that happens, like battles, and you remembering stuff that's been gossiped on the street? Oh, 27. Very nice. So you do remember years ago, before your time, that the Earth was attacked by a group of aliens, and this looks like one of their ships, or at least has the signature of one of their ships.
Okay.
It's a good thing this is an old picture. Hey guys, this is coming for us right now.
Yeah, don't tell Dee. She'll start freaking out.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't say anything to you, but I tell the other two, that's coming here, like right now, really fast.
How long do we have?
I look
Mere
at Professor
minutes.
Possum, who's probably good at math.
Mere minutes.
I look for a turbo laser button.
Not
Yeah.
there. The only
Nope,
thing
nope.
that you know of is there are some spacesuits, and there is sort of a evac vehicle.
Does it have laser pistols or grappling arms or photon torpedoes?
No, the best you can probably maybe deduce is if you're going to stop this thing, is you're going to have to probably board it.
Oh, we got this then.
Well, in that case, unless anybody else has something to say, I will use a hero point to get with Professor Possum and quickly modify this evac vehicle into like a Warhammer 40k boarding vehicle that hits it like a sharp torpedo and bursts through the hull.
I dig it. Nice. You guys managed to like quickly take some equipment, and you just use your electrical abilities to sort of like weld it into place, and you immediately get like a ramming device on the front of this vehicle.
The whole time this is happening, Dee's just like, if this is like an old picture, why are we building this now? I don't understand.
We gotta use this to get home. Put on the suit.
Fine.
And I quickly ask Professor Possum as I'm putting on the suit to figure out a way I can, like, make the hole small around my tail so I don't die in space.
So you actually like are able to like poke a hole through and get like some adhesive and a rubber band and put your tail in like a plastic bag.
Spacesuit, rubber band and glue,
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
know, you're
duct
good.
tape.
Hank, you've been quiet this whole time. How
Look
is
at
that?
I look at the spacesuit. I don't know if this is gonna fit.
There's
I
actually
pull
one
the
your
tag
size.
out. I pull the tag out and I'm like, awesome stretch fabric, trademark. Look at that.
Basically.
One size fits all.
Oh, this is nice. Okay, all right.
Like you're almost comfortable with the idea of clothing above the waist. Almost. Almost. Almost.
Can't get the airflows to problem through the hair.
Right. Yeah. you
Only
just,
in
like,
desperate times.
Right. Like this right now.
So we're gonna launch ourselves at this thing, right?
We're gonna
Launch
go
yourself at
home in
what
this thing, Hank. We're going home. Just get inside. I'll explain then. There's no time. Get inside. We'll explain then.
I get in.
E, roll a sense motive as you sit down in the middle of this crap that's about to take off.
Oh no! The second she sits down, I slam the door shut and say, "It's coming at us right now.
no.
Launch!"
Yeah, that happens, but just so that her character's roll a sense motive. Just
Well,
everything's fine. You think you're going home.
yeah, she just happily sits down and she's like, thank God. I do not want to miss another episode of like whatever current TV show is going on that's like really popular.
What is
As soon as the engine starts. So I was wrong. That's a real picture. It's gonna hit the Earth and kill us all. We're gonna board it. Hold on.
And I put maximum thrust into this thing.
Nice.
So she's
Seatbelts.
sinking back in the seat and the whole thing's shaking and she's trying really hard not to scream because she knows if she does, she will literally shatter everything in this place.
Good call. You can have a hero point
And
for
your
that.
own helmet.
Nice.
Dwayne, I need Professor Possum to roll an astrophysics or something comparative.
He has all the physical sciences, Dwayne. That's what minion points do. It's just
No.
D20 plus 10. He just doesn't have mechanical sciences.
Amazing.
Good enough. So he can't quite figure out exact trajectories and everything, and then so he goes up to Gigawatt and points at a text on the screen, and he's basically telling you like it's not going to hit the Earth, it's not going to hit the moon, it's not going to hit the tower itself, it's not going to hit the station, but it's almost like it's using Earth as some sort of like slingshot maneuver, but he's not quite sure. He just does, but it's still a danger nonetheless.
I've seen First Contact. Go faster.
All right. So
Time
give me
travel
a-
slingshot's always bad.
Give me a drive or piloting check just to see
That
how bad
would be
this goes.
Marsupial Man.
Oh,
Yeah.
Marsupial Man's driving. Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Tiffany has drive, but Dwayne has pilot.
Oh, okay, cool.
I
Oh,
do.
that's right. He's got the whirligig.
There it is.
No ones, no ones.
No ones.
Hey,
Yes!
look at that. When it mattered.
We do
So-
not fly into a black hole.
That's
You actually
good.
managed. Yes, you do not fly out from the deep of space. So, like, the one thing's coming down, and then like you just nail it into the side. Like I know everybody hates this movie, but you know how like in what was the second Star Trek movie with Benedict Cumberbatch,
Fake
like
Wrath
where
of
he
Khan.
just like yes, Wrath of
Into
Khan.
darkness.
Into darkness.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
When they're like having to like nail that one port, like you just fucking nail like the side of the ship and just like puncture straight through and like skid into a hangar bay. And yeah, and then like a force field closes off and like so you're protected, so you're not hurt from the vacuum of space.
This
So-
is space. This is another space station.
This is a spaceship.
Spaceship.
Yeah.
Apparently like
Well-
a colossal one or something.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
So
if this truly is a superhero world,
Mhm.
I imagine when we crash into this, we get that cool theme from Star Wars, where as soon as they crash into the bay, like ejector seats just shoot us out, and we all land in the bay like. Huh.
Yes, that does happen. Dwayne, you can have a hero point because that was cool.
That was cool.
So you're in a hangar bay of a strange alien ship. There's no one around, oddly enough.
I look for a power conduit.
I immediately go to ask if the air is acclimated for us.
Oh yeah,
Good
it's fine.
question.
This is
Okay.
this is a comic book. Yeah, it is until it's not. So
Wait, I
It's
got.
like
I
Doctor
know.
Who. Atmosphere is the same on every planet except for
I know.
Yeah,
the,
amazing.
I know the answer to. I know the answer to this. He asks that question. Hank goes. Yep.
Are you immune to the vacuum of space?
Actually, you should look at your immunities. I think you have pressure resistance and you have some other stuff.
It's not. I'm not immune to vacuum, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't have life support? Okay.
No, I'm immune to critical hits, cold, heat, and pressure.
All right, cool.
That
So
means
yeah,
you
he
can
does
survive
that.
everything of space except the lack of oxygen.
So he does that, and D, you feel assured that, as dumb as Hank is most of the time, like you're pretty sure he's okay in this moment.
She immediately takes off her helmet, takes the helmet, and then hits Gigawatt. Like, you lied to me. I trusted you, and you lied to me?
For
He
comedic
does
effect.
this to you.
Hold on. For comedic effect, did I see a power conduit?
Yes.
So she hits the spacesuit and yells at it, and it just falls to the floor because I already teleported into the power line and it's empty.
She like kind of freaks out for a second, and then it's like, oh, I hate you.
He does this to you all the time. It's like your coffee hasn't quite kicked in, and he knows this, and he knows he can get you to do things. So yeah.
It's kicked in now.
Gigawatt, give me an actual power roll with your electrical stuff.
That's just D20 plus power rating.
Yeah.
One D20 plus 12. Oh, natural 20.
Whoa.
Natural 20.
Nice.
So this is a very foreign concept. Like, electricity doesn't work the same way it does with like human ingenuity. It's very difficult to sort of navigate, but you just push through it and you manage to like overcome it, and you're just you can't go everywhere in the ship, but you do manage to locate like the bridge in its direction.
Is it empty?
No. And there's
Question.
5 dudes there. Hank, you had a question?
Yeah, more just like a image mapping this. What's like the architecture of this sort of like ship? Like, is it very sleek and?
It's a smaller craft. It's like a frigate type class, if that helps you in the size dimensions.
Okay.
There's basically like a few cargo bays, a bridge, and some living space. It's not huge. It's not like capital ship size.
Is it dark and kind of dank and spooky? Is it light and futuristic and sleek?
It's
What's the vibe
alien,
in here?
futuristic, light, creepy.
Okay.
And what's the basic description of the aliens?
The aliens look give me a notice check as you're zipping through the power lines.
Notice. 13. Rolled like a 7.
They look like grays in like foil spacesuits.
Okay. I teleport back into my suit and I start talking and I'm like, did somebody hit this? And, and then as I tell them what I saw, I also use my electrical control subpower to steer it off its course and see what happens.
All right. So you do that, and suddenly there's like alarms and every alarm ever. You from what you know is like this cargo bay leads off into a main corridor that runs the length of the ship. The bridge is in the front, engineering's in the back, and like there's a couple other cargo bays. But that's all you really know. But they're able to fight against whatever you're doing. So like the only way you're going to get this not to veer off course is basically to get rid of them first.
I'm concentrating real hard and I'm fighting them and I'm like, can't do this alone. Gonna have to punch some grays.
Not a problem.
I look for the grayest thing near me and punch it.
No, like in crap. What's the name of that horror movie?
Signs?
Signs.
No.
Like in Signs, Hank, that one that made you stay up all night. 'Cause it was scary. It's like that.
So we're fighting signs.
No, remember that movie where like the aliens came and kidnapped the people and they were real scary? Gray skin and big eyes.
Oh, that movie? Close Encounters of the... Or no.
That's
I
actually,
blocked-
they look like that in Signs too.
I blocked
They're
this from
allergic
my
to
mind.
water.
Fire in the Sky?
Nope, I blocked that from my
allergic.
mind. I have no recollection of this.
Are we
I
able
weld
to
a
find
sketch of a gray on the floor for him.
Okay.
Punch those.
That. I punched that.
Nice.
And now there's a hole in the ship.
Wayne, what were you saying?
Gig. Gig. Sorry.
Is there a door or a way out?
Yeah, like I said, there's the cargo bay leads to a door that leads to the main hallway that runs the length of the ship, and the bridge is in the front.
Oh,
Oh, we lost
he's
you.
saying he runs to the bridge. I got that much.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So, Marsupial Man is just bounding off down the hallway.
What were you gonna say to me, Hank?
Say, Gig, what if I run into the side of the ship really hard? Can we knock it off course?
We could try. I point at the front of the ship towards where the bridge is. Go hit over there, way up there. Hoping maybe he'll go through a wall and end up in the bridge, and then all of our goals are accomplished.
Possibly.
Plus, he gets a good running start going that way.
That is
Also-
true. This is just a long hallway that leads up to a massive door.
I'll start making my trek up
All right.
the main hall behind
Are you run-
Marsupial.
Are you running? Because
Uh,
Marsupial Man, I imagine, is running as well.
I am running.
I am
Okay.
running.
So
Clank, 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 clank.
D, what do you do? What's Mockingbird doing all this?
She mumbles under her breath, like as soon as Gigawatt said something about hitting the grays, she's like, "I'll hit you." 'Cause
The
she's
faster
still
we
kinda-
kill them, the faster
kinda
you can hit
upset.
me.
So she just kind of like huffs and like takes her ponytail down, takes her like, and then like redoes her hair into like a big bun. So it's kind of like sitting there. So she's got her like war hair on.
Mhm.
fixes her clothes a little bit, takes her two leaf sticks out from because they're strapped to the sides of her jeans.
Pompa sticks, 'cause those sound cooler.
Twirls them a little bit and is like, let's do this shit.
All right.
And then starts walking down that.
Cool. Gigawatt, what do you do?
I dash at lightning speed between the three of them and deliver my one-liner before I go back into the lines to pop out on the bridge at an opportune moment.
Okay, what's your one-liner?
I'm going to start shorting everything out, so this can be a frying saucer teleport.
Another reason to hit him. It's just another reason to hit him.
So, Hank, you're coming up and you can see in the distance there's a door.
Rogue Steve.
I was just thinking of, yeah, no. But Marsupial's ahead of me, right?
I mean, he's beside you. You could overtake him. You could pass him.
I was just gonna say, incoming! And I will run past Marsupial, and I will shoulder blast the wall, the door.
Give me an attack.
An attack?
Mm-hmm.
Do these doors open up automatically?
They do not.
Oh yes, I got this then. I got this. Oh god, I got this. Yes, let him make his attack. I am gonna make this all much better.
You're a bastard, because I know
so
what
good.
you're gonna do! You're gonna...
Do it! Do it!
Wow.
Marsupial Man, what are you going to do?
It's okay. I'm gonna realize that these doors don't open on their own, and as he's running, I'm gonna chuck a nut at whatever thing makes the door open right at the second as he's dashing through it, using my lucked out.
All right, roll it. Don't roll a 1.
He doesn't actually roll lucked out. It's a save.
Just roll a d20 plus your power.
Come on, wait. Come on, you can do it.
Oh,
14!
God.
Woo! All right, so he's just barreling, and you know this thing's locked. It's not gonna open, and you just freak, and you flick it, and it just goes flying, hits the thing just as he is about to run into the door, and he just barrels into the control room and just knocks right into one of the dudes that was standing there at the door and flings him across the bridge. And everybody
Dwayne,
get.
I would like to point out, just so you remember, you have 11 luck points. You can just say, I hit it perfectly. And burn one.
Oh, is that how those...
Luck points can be used to just make things work for you, yeah. Like in a comic book. That's how I was going to use it to say that guy didn't mind control me, but I didn't have to.
Oh, good.
I interrupted the DM. You were going to say roll initiative, I assume?
Yeah, I am.
Ow!
In here, I thought they were
So
gonna
Dwayne does awesome except when we're fighting.
Hank got a 11. Mockingbird got a 17.
So when I come barreling through this door, I'm kind of as the door opens, I was expecting to hit, so I kind of am off balance. And I'm waving my arms around as I come in, and I assume there's a guy in the middle of the room reading a chart, and he's just I'm just boom!
He hits into a view screen, is sort of indented into it, and then falls out and slides down on slumps on the floor. So there's only 4 of these dudes in this room now. So
Yeah, good. You took one out.
I kind of stop and I look left, look right,
there's like 2 on one side, 2 on another, and they're all like at their stations, and they look up and they're like, Gigawatt, it's your turn.
I'm not desperate enough to sink the ship yet. Plus, we don't really know everything about them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna lightning burst the room to hit as many of them as I can, but not Hank.
Okay, you can probably
Or
get like
lightning explosion. Sorry.
you can probably get 2 on one of the sides. If you try to hit the whole room, you definitely hit Hank.
Okay, I'll take 2. So that one is a save. I'm probably not gonna do no modifiers. Hold on. So yeah, damage DC 21, toughness save.
Oh, it's toughness save. Right?
Yep.
So 1 doesn't make it.
Nice, I like it.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, neither of them make it. So, and that's a 21 DC.
Yeah.
Those 2 are both stunned and staggered at the moment.
And since they're smoking from
Wait, no,
electricity,
they're,
I'm like, look, Martian mellows.
I hate you so much.
Get out.
No.
Get out.
Oh.
Yeah, no, they're actually stunned and bruised. So, yeah. Okay.
That was both
cool.
a move and a shot, so I'm good because I teleported out.
Mockingbird, you come up to, you see all these shenanigans that these boys are doing, and you just sort of come up to the now open door, and you're just like, a Mockingbird.
I want to do a sonic attack, but something says not to.
You know that you could. You're more concerned about hurting Hank, who's in the middle, than you wouldn't be able to hit everybody. So, but you could like hit the 2 that Gigawatt just hit, or you could hit the other 2 that hasn't been attacked yet.
But I also kind of feel like she wouldn't be all that concerned that she hit Hank because she knows he could take it.
What's your total damage modifier? What's your total power modifier in your power? I can't remember.
10 for the Sonic. So yeah,
there's
it wouldn't hit Hank.
yeah, you just barely wouldn't hit Hank normally. So you're good. You could probably hit the whole room.
And that's what I do.
Okay, cool. So which one you gonna use? You gonna dazzle or just do straight up damage?
Straight up damage.
All right, cool.
Because why not?
Why the hell not?
All right. So, actually, that one should have an attack roll attached to it. Oh no, because it's a reflex save. That's right.
Yep. All the first challenge are areas, so they're just reflex saves.
That's right. So that one.
It's a lot of 12s.
That is way too many 12s.
Look, I gave you a 13.
Wow.
By
It's
rolling
like
a
it's
12.
listening.
Oh my. Don't want a 12? Okay, here's 12.
Fine, 13's not good enough. Have a
It's
3.
like, fine,
Jeez.
have a 2, jackass.
Give us a 14.
At least they're not all 12s.
Wow. The story of those rolls. Jeez.
These poor aliens. I hope they're really villains.
And Hank would have to roll as well, wouldn't he?
No, because he's immune.
No, he's immune
Okay.
to your damage. Yeah, so everybody just gets knocked over, and they take a pip of damage.
So she's at the door, and she's just like screaming into the room. And
Yeah, she's screaming from behind you. It's your turn, Hank.
Gee, I think a filling fell out.
So are your fillings metal or ceramic?
Yes.
Molecularly, genetically
no.
altered ceramic.
He's got the old school silver fillings.
Nice.
Start warming up the tank engine. And so they're all, you said they're standing in this room, and it's kind of circular, right?
So like if you went, if you think about it, you go in and there's like a think of it like the bridge of the Enterprise and Next Generation, where like there's sort of an upper level where you come in at in the center, and then like there's this just walkway that goes around the entire front ring of it, and there's like 2 stations on the side, and so like you could literally just circle this room if you ran around.
I was gonna say, so in one, can I, how many could I hit if I just did like a circle, like a lap around the room?
You would hit all of them.
I can hit all of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here goes. And I take off. Shoulder tackle the first guy.
Okay.
I'm going to use my overrun.
Okay. So what's that do exactly?
So overrun has a whole set of rules to it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if I hit someone at the end of a charge, essentially, I can attempt a trip attack. Normally, they can attempt to dodge me, but people can't dodge my overruns.
Okay.
Because I'm dope, and I do dope things. Trip requires an attack.
You're phenomenal is what you are, Steve.
I am phenomenal. Freaking phenomenal. Where's my screen? Help me out here. Where is my screen? There it goes. There it is. Okay, so the first guy, I'm gonna make a melee attack. Oh, hero point, because that's a natural 1.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna hero point that. Holy balls. Yeah, no. I rolled a 9. On a hero point, when you roll a 10 or lower, you actually add 10 to your die roll, making that a 26.
That definitely hits.
Okay. So on that first hit, I am going to hit for the trip. He then has to make a strength or dex check opposed. I make a strength or a dex check opposed against his strength, dex, or acrobatics. He has to make it with his weakest check.
He can try.
His DC is a 33.
Still misses.
So
by this much.
So as I run around and I start checking this guy, I can actually now attempt to make a grapple against him with one hand. So
Okay.
I'm actually running and I'm just grabbing him by the neck as I run past him.
Nice. Okay.
All right, so now it's an opposed grapple.
With a DC of 93.
Huh.
My grapple's a 42.
That wasn't
Not
far
a chance
off.
in hell. This close. He was this close. He was
Okay.
this close.
So here's what happens. Hank takes off and starts doing this big lumbering truck. Vroom, 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 vroom. grabs the first guy by the neck, and I can actually keep running because I have the feet to continue overrunning past the first person I hit. As long as I have more movement, I can keep doing it. And so he runs and he runs, and you said I could hit all of them, so I'm gonna hit the next guy, and I'm gonna do the same thing.
With
So,
the other hand.
with the other hand, because I have a feat that allows me to grapple with only one hand, so I can grapple with the other one as well.
All right.
If I had additional limbs, I could keep doing this to more people, but I am limited by only having 2 hands. Okay, so here comes a melee. Does a 10 hit?
No, it does not.
Alright, so I don't successfully trip this person. Does that stop the overrun? I don't think it does. If you fail, tripped in return. Oh, yes, no. So technically he gets a trip attempt against me.
There is no way
Would
in
he-
hell
Would
he's
he
going.
like to attempt? I mean, I could roll a natural 1. He could roll a natural 20. Like, just technically.
Steve's acting
know
like
what?
he's being magnanimous, but he just wants to see that 50 come up on his die.
He's gonna try.
You have no idea how many times this happens in Mutants and Masterminds.
He attempts to try to like throw you off your balance.
That's not that big of a difference, ultimately. It was a 16 versus a 28.
Not bad. Yeah, not totally.
So,
Yeah. You know,
so
there's
with-
12 numbers of difference.
So with that, unfortunately, I go to hit the next person with the overrun, but having slowed down from the first one, I actually go off of him 5 feet. I'm not able to trip him or grapple him, and that ends my movement. But I still have one of them grappled in my hand.
All right, cool. I dig it. So they're gonna attempt to try to do something. That one's gonna try to squirm free.
Okay.
Hey, Hank! He wants to get out of your space.
Oh my god, get out!
So you rolled a 20 on that.
With the power of Tyler's terrible, terrible punch,
Just awful.
he attempts
Just.
to get out of my grapple, and I nat 20 to retain it.
Yeah. That guy is forever your weapon.
That guy failed because of the pun. He looked at me and he's like, "What? Stop struggling."
This is
Okay. So the
Doesn't even
there's-
speak English.
Gig! I'm so big, I've got an orbit he can't escape. Get it?
I laugh uproariously.
It's a pun. That's not a pun. It's a pun. It's a-
The one of them's gonna get up and he'll shake off his stunnage. The other one's gonna get up and D, you can have a hero point because he's gonna just sort of get out of this, and he's gonna aim his rifle at you and try to shoot you. No, he's not. His rifle explodes.
Yeah, free hero point though.
I mean,
Wow. Just wow. Okay.
It's a good night.
Marsupial Man, you've seen all this take place.
I finally show up.
Yeah. What do you do?
I imagine that I stylishly dive over Mockingbird's shoulders like a raccoon jumping out of a trash can
Yep.
and just go to town on the closest one to me.
Yeah, that's the one whose gun just exploded, so
Oh no.
he's a little distracted.
With some teeth and claws.
Nice. I dig it. Go for it.
Do I roll teeth and claws or just an attack?
Teeth and claws.
That one is specially modified for that.
Right.
Now it's asking for an attack modifier.
Just-
Nothing. Just
yeah.
go.
Let's go.
That's
Yep.
miscellaneous modifier question.
No damage modifier.
No,
Nope.
it's all added in.
Okay.
You're not real great at it, but you can still do it.
You hit him, so he's got to make a roll against it. Yeah.
That's not a terrible DC.
No, it's not bad.
Hey, nice.
Hey.
Hold on. Yeah, so he tries to shoot you as he comes. He tries to shoot D, his gun explodes. He tries to like take the remnants of that gun and like whack you as you come into him, and you just literally teeth and claw him, and like you actually like rip into his suit, and you just sort of like he falls down to the ground and just is unconscious. And
I yell trash panda as I fly through the
air. give me a notice check.
A notice check.
Yep.
Do I notice it?
So these are not actually aliens. This is a dude in an alien costume.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Like a human dude, or
it's a human dude. Gigawatt. What you do?
Depends. Does Marsupial Man tell us that?
I don't know. Does he? Or does he withhold information from the team?
Trash pandas attacking prey.
So no? Okay.
No. Not yet.
So like, gonna do some superhero nonsense.
All right.
I use control device to control electrical devices because everything in a spaceship is electrical. And I'm gonna make some of the big thick cables start whapping on the bad guys. And while I do it,
nice.
I'm gonna look at the guy that Marsupial Man just beat down, and I'm gonna be like, "It's okay. It's not that serious, bro."
Yeah. Please stop.
That's what this hero do.
Our rounds are taking. You guys got to get better at what your characters do, because the faster we go around, the less time he has to think up those stupid puns.
I actually have a pre-made sheet for a variety of circumstances.
I hate you so much.
It's very long, so that's a DC 22 reflex, I guess, probably.
Yeah. But he's not. None of these guys are good at.
And this is an attempt to grapple, so that guy's grappled.
Yeah. There are. There are two left, and they are now both grappled.
Okay.
Yeah. Mockingbird. Two of these guys are still left standing.
Do I notice that the one dude is a person in an alien suit?
Nope, you don't. You're not close enough to notice that just yet.
Okay.
But the ones not down the ground or grappled, you can go and say, "I hit him in the face," and then his face mask probably comes off.
Yeah, you can try that. See what happens.
Which Gigawatt has one of the 5 grappled, correct?
There's one on both sides that are now grappled.
Okay, so I want to go up to the one. I hate you. So she rears up a fist and says, "Jupiter recognize," and then punches him. Says, "Recognize." Ha.
Gigawatt laughs hilariously.
Wow.
Gigawatt likes it.
What's that attack?
Yeah, I tried. I'm sorry. I don't pull
it was good. It was a good try. Oh, crap. Look at that. And he's going to roll against the damage and not absolutely fail, but he is definitely takes another pip of damage and is stunned.
Did his face fly off?
No, not enough to make his face fly off, but give me a notice check.
Oh, natural 20.
That's a nat
Nice.
20.
She
So-
notices
If I
all
don't
of
notice
it.
that, I'm really
What you
Dumb.
notice is like your stick or whatever you hit him with, you feel it rebound in a way that it's not flesh. It's like it's like almost like a plastic or like polymer suit that he's wearing. Like his head is not his head. It's like a helmet.
I relay this information. Guys, they don't hit like normal guys. Like, they feel funny.
Yeah.
I don't like the funny. It makes
No.
me
It does make you angry. Hank.
to want to hit him harder.
So, with Mockingbird saying that out loud, are we able to then kind of notice that these might not be real people, even if we didn't make the previous check? Like, can we?
Yeah, she's giving you a hint that you're just fighting regular old dudes. These are not aliens.
I want to take the guy that I have in my hand,
Mm-hmm.
who I assume is knocked out and/or being choked. And yeah, just kind of look at him, kind of shake him a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
poke him.
Poke. Yeah.
Let's see who you really are. Bloop.
Mr.
You have that
Smithers.
Scooby Doo. Yeah, it's Old Man Withers. He's just like, damn you superheroes and your pet possum.
Got away from it too. You heroes and
He's just a dude. He's just a dude that's just like knocked out and just like drools coming down his face. Like you just pulled off his helmet.
Everybody, there's people inside these aliens.
they ate the people.
I want to throw a dude into another dude.
I've got
All right,
one grappled.
I like it. Yeah. Actually, this would be the last guy.
Shouldn't we like keep him alive or like awake?
We're just
so we
knocking
can
him out.
question him?
Yeah, this is superheroes. We don't kill people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm like, shouldn't we keep him awake though?
I can wake
So
him
we
up.
can ask
Electricity on the
questions?
finger.
Yeah, you can always like wake somebody up from being knocked out.
Okay. Like that was out of character, but I'm just
Oh,
kind of like,
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 We can just slap him awake in this game.
okay.
Much less realistic.
Does a 22 hit the last person?
Yes, it does.
Okay, he's going to need to make whatever 15 plus 14 is.
29.
29 is my damage DC.
He tried real hard.
Trying hard, Ringo.
Oh yeah, he's actually at a few negatives. But he that's a 20 not wait, what did you have? 29
29.
you said?
29. So
Okay.
he, on his base roll, he failed by 8.
He's actually less than that. So he's staggered and stunned. But
Okay.
he's not down.
Jeez.
He's gonna try to become unstunned and he's gonna try to unstagger, which it'll work. Nope. No.
Oh. Close.
And Marsupial Man.
Trying to think of something cool that I can use.
You
Where
haven't
is-
used your
where is-
probability control yet. You gotta make
Yeah, I
something
know.
weird happen.
Where is this guy standing?
The opposite side of the room of you.
Wrapped up in an electrical cable.
Yeah.
With another dude on top of him. Can't hear you.
Yeah. They don't happen to be standing next to any power junctions or anything like that.
That's kind of what a
He's wrapped
spaceship
up in
is.
a power cable.
Yeah. So.
A live power cable.
Wait.
That's too cheesy.
No, it's not. Not in this game. Have you met Gigawatt?
So I guess this is a damage perception range penetrating damage effect.
Oh, so you're just like trying to damage him somehow? How are you trying to damage him?
Go just say that the conduit next to them just happens to overload from all of the damage that's been going on.
The damage? Alright.
Damage.
Oh. Oh, he's got max power in that though, doesn't he? So
He's got max power, plus this guy has penalties.
yeah, that's okay. So you manage to blow this one console, and he takes a pip of damage, and he's just sort of staggered and stunned, and he's just out of it at this point. But at this point, you can kind of tell that something's happening with the ship between the parts that you're ripping out of it and something else that's going on. The ship's you feel like forces, cosmic forces, and like stuff going on, and the ship's sort of like turning and making a maneuver.
What's happening with the ship? Why? It's doing that.
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's going to be out of this world. I will attempt to stop this with electrical control.
All right.
Let me just make like a power check.
Yeah, if you could.
$31.
Nice.
Like a 19, yeah.
So you managed to sort of get control of it, but you know that whatever's was going to happen is still going to happen. And so what happens is like you just feel this massive force of gravity, and you feel like time itself sort of stretch, and everybody looks around the room, and you just see like your vision and everything sort of stretches, and then it sort of like collapses back together as it just shoots around this massive gravity well. You're pretty sure you just Star Trek 4. And what Gigawatt's actually able to do is this thing is pretty much on a crash course, but Gigawatt can manage to control it to the point where you won't die in the crash, and actually manages to save the ship for the most part. And it actually crash lands back on Earth in the middle of a giant like hardened facility.
In 1981?
That's oddly specific.
First Silver Age year I could think of where cool things happen.
No, it actually actually it would go back longer than that. You have no idea. You have no idea what time it is.
I will use my radio power to tap into a radio frequency and listen to some DJs to get an idea of what the date is and what music is playing.
What music is playing?
News reports.
They're announcing. Oh, the news reports. They're talking about the presidential race between Obama and who was it at the time? Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Was it Bob Dole? No, it wasn't Bob Dole. It was Who was his first run after Bush?
Kane.
Kane.
McCain.
Wow, McCain. Holy crap, it was McCain. Wow. Yeah, that's being talked about.
Hey, you guys, we got to redo the aughts. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got to Neptune some of these frequencies out.
Oh, jeez.
Wait.
Holy crap.
We ought to redo what?
It sounds like it's 2008. That was his first year, right? Yeah. I think it's 2008, you guys.
Election would have been in 2007.
I think it's 2007, you guys.
You know what? It's 2009. They're still talking about that stupid shit.
Oh my god. Okay.
It's still the odds.
What just happened?
We went through time. I wonder if I'm cute as a baby.
How go through time the normal way?
I look around and I'm like, spaceship. I
So-
grab my hairs and yank
Can't
it
lie-
out. Aliens.
Can't lie to me. Nope, that's a spaceship, not a time ship. Gotcha. You try. Another,
I
this is another
broadcast.
Gigawatt
I
prank.
broadcast the radio broadcast out of the speakers in the ship from like 10 different stations.
Nope, that's a trick I know you can do. I ain't falling for that again.
While he's saying that, I'm just like, because for some reason I have one. Last hero point of the night, I pull out my aughts clothes and start changing into them, ignoring him.
Nice. So at
Just some-
this point, you start hearing something crashing in the back of the machine, and all of a sudden, this like, it's fast, and it's just this creature that comes and like dives into Gigawatt and just sort of like takes him on the ground. And Gigawatt, you feel this pressure on your chest as this thing holds you down, and then suddenly you can feel like your electrical power is just being drained from you.
Come at me, bro.
And so
Oh my
Oh
God.
God! I was
I
waiting
didn't-
for. That was the one I was waiting for.
I needed
This
a good
dude-
moment.
this dude stands up, just sort of looks at the four of you, and just like, and just busts through the side of the ship.
So he ran.
He ran, yes.
D immediately goes after him.
That was
Okay.
another superhero, you guys. He's one of those ones that can drain powers.
How do you
You're not
know?
drained, but you know he stole your powers.
So
Oh,
he-
so like it's permanent.
Well, he didn't steal your powers. He has your powers now, but he like copied your powers, basically.
That's what I tell them. Then. He's one of those
yeah.
guys that can copy powers.
Yeah. So,
she
yeah.
hears that as she's like running out.
I look at Hank and I'm like, which means you're immune to him. Go punch him.
Also, so D, you run out of the hole in the ship, and you find that you're in the middle of a prison, and this ship has now caused a weird prison break.
Oh, good. We
Oh,
crashed
shit.
into the raft. Grant.
Okay.
Well, she still tries to chase down this guy while, you know, dealing with
Right.
stuff because he has answers.
So
She
you've,
has questions.
I try to lock down the prison using its electrical system.
you managed to roll a power check real quick, just to see, just don't fail.
Right.
What?
Close.
Not a fail, but close. Yeah.
Yeah. You managed to zip out of the ship, and you feel just a little bit weakened. And you managed to tap into a conduit, and you're actually able to lock down most of the prison, but the like high security wings just won't lock down for some reason. And comes bursting through the door is to one of the heavy security wing is 3 people. One looks like she's a woman that's dressed in like an ice skating outfit, and another one is like a real scraggly, like short dude with just like hair everywhere, and he just has like claws coming out of his hands. And then another one looks like Gary Sinise.
I'm sorry, like what?
Yeah. And you're like,
No,
holy shit.
I need you to say that. He looks like what?
Yeah, he looks like Gary Sinise. You're like, holy shit, that's Gary Sinise. And he just looks at you, he's like, get it all the time.
So what are you in for?
Nope. You're going right to initiative. Fuck you.
Man.
I can't with this. I'm
I couldn't think of a CSI pun fast enough.
I guess you could say you ran out of time. Sorry. But still awesome.
So we're back in initiative.
Yes, we're back in initiative.
Oh my god, what is up with these rolls? Why does this game not like me?
Have you been talking bad about Roll20 behind its back?
No, I usually am okay in roll 20, but tonight is not.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my guys here real quick. Jesus, who made this character?
Some guy. I hate you. I hate you so much, Sean.
This is a stupid name.
Okay, so Gigawatt got a 23. Mockingbird got 14. Tank the Tank got 17. Marsupial Man got... Okay. So, this one dude just chomping on a cigar and with like knives for fingers just comes out and he's just like, the hell are you bubs doing out here? And he doesn't like the look of Gigawatt, but he thinks that Mockingbird looks like an easier target and is going to try to roll and
That guy's
hit
day's
her.
about to get fucked up.
I know, right? Wow. Does the 13 hit you, Mockingbird?
No, not even close.
So this guy comes in at you and he's got like just knives coming out of his hands and he comes down and tries to swipe at you and totally misses. He smells like bad sex and cigars, just awful, just terrible.
Oh, so like her last boyfriend.
Oh, yeah, probably. Gigawatt, what do you do?
I fly up into the air, and I look at the other two that haven't moved yet, and I'm like, you're about to be charged! Lightning explosion.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my
You just handed
It's
me
such
that
a
one from prison.
cliche.
Reflex save, you said? Or are these toughness saves?
This is reflex.
This is reflex. Okay.
I'll put the thing in there so you can see it. Hold on. Shockwave. Keep forgetting to turn off the bonuses thing. Here we go. 21.
21. All right. The ice one is going to try and fails. And then Seismic Gary Sinise is going to try and not fail. Nice.
And as for flying up, I will go as high as I can.
Okay. Give me a notice check.
Nope.
Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Oh, roll toughness save or just toughness saves. Let's
Yeah.
see. He made it. Didn't make it. Please don't die.
DC is
Against the-
27. He missed by 11.
I'll take it. Okay. So okay, cool. So you can have a hero point because he's just gonna immediately pop out of being stunned. So you see him like so you see this girl like sort of do a pirouette, do a spinning thing, and then just like reach up with her arm, and you feel it getting very fucking cold around
I'll spend
you.
that hero point to avoid it.
Will you? Oh, I shouldn't have told you about that. But yeah, it's like really cold, and you just feel like just the warmth from your body was being sucked away.
As I dodge out of the way, I'm like, chill out, babe.
Oh, you did that just to do that. I hate you. So not giving a fuck about anything that's going on. The whole prison just starts to rumble as the whole place just vibrates almost into oblivion. Everybody give me reflex saves.
Can I use
Almost
a hero
rolled a one.
point?
You can.
Did I not hit mine?
Doesn't look like it.
So if what Steve said is correct, Tiffany, you wouldn't necessarily have to re-roll it because you rolled under 10. You could just add 10 and get a 22.
Yeah, and that would work.
Well, no. So you use the hero point, you re-roll. If on your re-roll using the hero point, it's 10 or lower,
Oh,
you
I
add
see.
10 to that number.
And don't forget, Dwayne, you have like so many hero points.
Yeah,
No,
you might.
no, I don't.
guys
I have one.
You have 11 to
Are
start
you
the
kidding
session.
me?
Your feet.
Oh.
You have 11 hero points every session.
Oh. What?
See, you have 12.
Yeah, I have. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Tiffany, that now is a 21 because that's under 10 for you.
that.
Is that under
And
10
that's
for
under
you?
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a 21 and a 23, Sean.
All right, so they're good. Hank, what are you gonna do? You just gotta try to suck it.
I have to. Yeah.
All right, you're stunned for this round.
Suck.
Everybody else is okay, and the area sort of quiets down and levels out. Hank, you are unstunned, but you can't do anything.
Yep.
Mockingbird, you got this smelly ex-boyfriend in front of your face.
I kind of like want to pretend like it actually is her ex-boyfriend.
You don't want to do that because it gets really fucking weird.
I mean, if
Okay,
Mockingbird
so-
likes villains, likes bad boys, you know.
I mean, but then, like, given the timeline, like, if she actually met this guy in her timeline,
You
like,
were dating him
Yeah.
when you were like 12.
yeah.
Oh man. Oh.
Steve gets it now.
Yeah. I'm just kind of like he just really reminds her of an ex-boyfriend. But obviously it's not him because that's copyright.
Gross. So what do you do?
So I'm mean, like he's in front of me, and like the other two, Seismic Gary and Figure 8 are somewhere off to the side, or
Yeah,
like
there's
all three of them are like kind of like in front of me.
No, like, you're back at the ship and they're still sort of a distance away. He leapt in front of you and tried to attack you previously, so that's why he's close to you.
Oh,
He's-
okay.
Really the
Gotcha.
only one within range at the moment.
Well, since he's the only one in range, I directly scream in his ear.
Ooh, not good.
Because, like, actually, tries to attack me, and I'm like, come on, Tiger, why do you want to fight? I'll tell you a secret. And then, like, I lean in really close, like I'm gonna kiss him, and just, like, sonic screech right inside of his ear.
Ouch.
Because I can't.
What's that roll?
That's the single target one. That's an attack roll. Or
Yeah.
no, wait, they're all cones, aren't they, Steve?
Yeah, she can only scream in a cone, but I mean, she's literally in his ear if you wanted, like, you know. But
Well,
yeah.
let me see the stuff. Hit the button.
25.
Normally it would be a reflex save against a 20 for damage 25, normally.
All right. Fails. Jesus.
His head explodonates.
And he's just stunned for the, like, just, oh, what?
That's his...
When you scream,
That's his actual reaction.
you realize that your sound is, like, resonating off him as if, like, he's metal, which is strange. Marsupial Man, you've kind
Yay.
of bared witness to everything that's going on outside.
Is this
I made
skeleton
it.
wrapped in aditanium?
No, chromium. Duh.
Hardest metal in the world.
Oh,
Genetically alterable.
Right?
Alright.
Seems like this is a great opportunity for all kinds of terrible bad luck. Well,
I know.
Oh, wait, it's the Canadian can opener?
Yes.
You gotta make it rain like Molson on him or something.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl this up, yo.
Like he's just hit by a falling can of LeBron Blue.
A whole keg fell out of an airplane.
Sorry.
No, that's perfect.
That's amazing. I'm for it.
Okay.
All right.
We're doing it.
Approved.
What you said.
Okay. So what happens is, just at this time, there's an airplane flying over with a cargo that gets struck by lightning, which then causes like the cargo upon it to fall out, which is literally just a pallet of cases of Molson that then comes falling down and cracks him on the head. So
The guy who stole my powers is trying to figure out what he's doing. A lightning bolt.
it's 25.
Wait,
yeah.
Did I? Oh, that's.
Yeah, that's 25 says DC.
No, that's not mine. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's mine. So yeah, he takes a pip of damage as a case of Molson falls on him, and he's all full of water right now. You know, hoppy water. So he's gonna try to attack. He doesn't really like our intrepid heroine here, and he's gonna try to attack again. Does 16 hit you?
Oh, honey, you can try.
Oh, that sucks. So everybody give me notice checks real quick.
Notice. God, I have not rolled over a 10.
Hey, 12 Z's.
Well, buds.
Oh. Me and another.
I got a 16.
So Mockingbird, you hear what's going on, but Gigawatt actually sees what's going on. So it's kind of a dark and cloudy night. There's a storm coming in. It's brewing in the in the distance and overhead. That's why the airplane got struck by lightning. And Gigawatt, you see this like streak of yellow just like leap out of the middle of the city, and it's coming down, and it hits with a boom on the edge of the island, and you know it. The dude's got an A on his chest and everything, and like this super power suit.
I fanboy. I've always loved Captain Awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Captain Awesome, you guys!
He's actually facing off against the dude who stole your powers in the distance.
He's got this.
Yeah, he's fine. He's probably fine. Do you have any knowledges or histories or anything at all?
Yeah, electrical engineering.
Give me an intelligence check.
Someone who wrote these characters didn't put that in there.
Yeah. Just roll your intelligence. Nice. I dig
Who
it.
needs skills?
You fanboy out, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute. Captain Awesome is weak against electricity.
Oh, no.
Is it my turn yet?
I
I don't know where we're at anymore.
Yes, it is your turn.
I look at the ice lady and I say, I had a great pun, but it slipped my mind.
Oh, God.
Because I have somewhere else to be. 100 miles an hour to go help the captain.
Okay, cool.
You missed a perfect opportunity. You can see it was ice to meet you. And then you missed out.
I thought about that, but I went with slipped my mind. On my way out, I yell at them, gotta help Captain Awesome, you guys got this.
So, Figure 8 comes out and, Marsupial Man.
Nope.
I need you to give me a no. Hank the Tank.
Yo.
Hold on. This earlier.
Oh man, let's get out of here.
Where to your I need you to roll a fortitude save as you feel just the metal in your body start to crack and crinkle as like it just starts to shrink in on itself as this massive cold snap goes around you.
This is cold damage?
This is cold damage, which you're fucking immune to.
I mean, do you want me to say it, or do you want to go with what you said?
No, let's go with it. This person I forgot, which means
And she
that
didn't
they
know.
forgot.
Well, they
She didn't know.
Right.
So yeah, yeah, nothing. It starts to, but then you're just like, wait, I'm Hank the Tank. I'm fine.
So she comes in with the cold, and the metal starts like frosting over, and it looks like I'm getting frozen and brittle, and I'm just like, it's so cool. Nah, I'm good.
I like it.
You almost had me there. Almost had me there, Frozen 8s.
Wow.
Wow. Damn. Everybody
Really
give
wants
me...
to get one of us with that lady. He just can't do it.
No, I can't. It's just not working. I just can't roll, and everybody's immune to crap. So everybody give me reflex save, because y'all suck at that.
Except me, I assume.
Yeah, you're not there right
Yeah.
at the moment, so everybody else.
I
So I
split
still
the
have to
party.
do
I'm
it?
proud of myself.
Nice.
Ah, man,
Ooh.
Lord.
Man.
Hero points,
Uh,
Dwayne. So many.
Yeah.
So, Dwayne, the thing that I just chatted you, did you see it?
Yeah, I read half of it.
Okay. Long story short, once per round, you can use your probability control to change your roll to the rank of your probability control, and then add that to whatever modifiers you have.
Oh.
So for this,
Nice.
you rolled a 9. What's your ranks in probability control?
10.
10. Okay, so maybe not on this one, or maybe to make it an 18.
That's not a 9. He's got more than +1 to reflex.
I looked. Sorry. 4.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's a
I
big
was
difference.
Looking, I was looking at Mockingbird. So you can change the 4 you rolled to a 10, making your total a 16. If you wanted to do that for this roll, we can only do it once a round though. So.
What is a round? Is that their
It is-
turn or the entire cycle?
The entirety of the cycle of initiative.
Okay.
Oh, and Hank. Give me
Yep.
a reflex.
Yep. Yep.
Ooh.
Yep.
Out.
Oh,
Yep.
damn, Hank.
Out. Yep.
So everybody's actually stunned this round.
Even me?
Yeah.
At a
didn't make it.
17?
Didn't make it.
By how much?
Sure you don't want to hero
a
point
lot.
that Marsupial Man.
Even if I changed it, it'd still only be 16.
No, hero
you
point,
roll
you
again.
can re-roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have 2 different options there. You can either use a hero point, which you have 11 of, or you can do the probability control, which would raise your 4 to a 10. Might be worth re-rolling.
Also, so you know, that's 11 every session. They don't carry over. You're not saving them.
Right.
Reset to 11.
Okay, well then let's re-roll. Let's
Yeah.
give it a shot. Re-roll. Frick. What the fuck?
But that's you add 10 to your that's
Yes.
yeah.
19 if you add 10, yeah.
That becomes a 19. There it is.
Which unfortunately you still fail, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wah.
You tried. So yeah, the whole place just vibrates again, and you almost feel like the island's sinking practically, and you all are just like thrown off your balance and you're stunned.
What about them? Does it look like they were affected too?
Possibly, maybe. Hank, you're stunned. Mockingbird, you're stunned. Marsupial Man, you are stunned. It's back to the Canadian canoper, who actually just pops right up and is able to get up and tries to attack our lovely lady here. Do I hit? No. 17? Do I hit with 17? 17?
No,
17?
I'm sorry, honey.
Man.
I'm so sorry.
But you're trying really hard.
You're hitting the person with the highest AC in the party.
I mean, if random number Jesus would give me more than a single digit. All right. Gigawatt,
I'm so sorry.
what you do?
So he's got all my powers, right? The whole levy.
He has the entire arrangement of powers.
I come charging up towards him and I'm like, you can have this free of charge! And I use telekinesis
Jesus.
to hit him with the truck.
Oh, wow. Okay.
God. Who's this man?
Sorry, hold on. I'll just roll my attack roll because the modifiers are the same.
Okay.
My brain is hurting so much from these puns. I'm having trouble concentrating.
Okay. Oh, 27 to hit.
27 to hit. That definitely hits.
So his DC for damage is also 27.
Well, I should say, does it hit? I can't remember. I didn't expect anybody to actually. Yeah, that actually hits. Okay, cool. What's the toughness he has to make?
27.
27. Where is his save? Okay. Cool. He's good.
And then...
Whoa.
Oh no. Was I still using my move action to get there?
No, you were within distance. You could probably like fling the truck at him from a distance. So if you wanted to move somewhere, you could.
I'll use a free action to switch the powers in the array. I just learned that was a thing tonight. And then I'll use my last hero point to do the impossible and transfer my electricity immunity to Captain Awesome.
Oh, look at you.
I'm here all night.
Oh my.
Okay. Cool. It is. So she knows that that didn't work on you. So she's going to target the weakest one, or who she thinks is the weakest one. And Mockingbird, I need you to give me a toughness save as you just feel the you just feel massively cold around you.
Give me 1 second. Thank you. My cat stole my hand.
Oh.
He's like desperate for my attention. I don't know if you've seen him. Like, he's like, can you? I love you, but stop.
This one's mine. This hand's mine.
Like, he's just not.
It's just not your hand anymore tonight. That's just how it is.
Apparently, he literally has like my hand pulled in with like his paws. 20 on the
Nice.
toughness save.
So you actually take a pip of damage.
What is a pip?
So
You have
in
a
the
minus
damage
one
modifier, put -1 in, and I have been watching. It is calculating it into our rules.
Oh, nice.
Which reminds me, Dwayne, I don't know if you're still hurt, but if you're not, you're still taking that penalty for no reason.
Okay, so where do I put this in?
I just assumed I was still hurt
Under
since we didn't
bruise,
really.
under combat to the right of health. Change bruise to
Okay.
1.
You guys would have had a change of scene, and you would have lost those pips from earlier.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Warp.
Because I don't know what my health is. It's like at a 0.
You don't have any health. You just can't track your bruise strengths because it gives you penalties to your rolls.
When you
Gotcha.
ultimately fail a toughness save, that's when you go down.
Okay.
So,
So wow,
seismic.
I get damage at a 20. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. So seismic Gary Sneeze comes running up and tries to punch Marsupial Man.
Sounded like you said seismic sneeze, man.
I mean, it's possible. Does a 19 hit you?
No.
He just whiffs, and you feel like a vibration in front of you. And
It's such a sad face.
And he just gets really sad. And Hank, it's your turn.
And Seismic Gary Sinise is kind of a dum-dum.
Yeah, he's not smart.
It's fine with me. Yeah, I want to... I would like to charge him.
Okay.
But he ain't got no
And-
legs. Why are you
and
going to charge
attempt-
Lieutenant Dan like that?
Yeah, so I'm going to charge him and attempt to do the overrun on him.
Okay.
Incoming! Boom! Does a 19 hit Seismic Gary Sinise?
Totally hits seismic Gary Sinise.
Shit, yeah, it does. That means that he needs to make a check against my strength with whatever his weakest stat block is. Strength, dex, acrobatics.
Okay. 13 to your 5,000.
I got a 21.
Wow, I didn't utterly fail, but yeah, he's overrun.
Okay, so I run, trip him, and now I'm going to do the grapple on him.
Okay, cool.
31 grapple.
Damn.
Welcome to
22. I tried
You tried real hard there. So I run up and I go to throw like a clothesline at him, but instead I hook around one of his arms and I spin around and I put him in a full Nelson.
Oh, damn.
So I got
So-
him.
Yeah. He's flat-footed, held, he's grappled.
Except
Cool.
I'm so strong and awesome, I can actually do that one-armed.
Oh, so you're doing like a half Nelson?
Yeah. Do I have any more movement and can I hit another one?
Yeah. Well, no. There's no one really close. Well, I would say that the Canadian can opener is close. He's close. He's within range.
So, hooked up around, got him like through the arm and neck hold, and then I'm gonna look at Canadian can opener. Yeah, you look small enough to grab too. And I'll do the same thing to him.
Okay, sounds good.
Does the 22 hit him?
22 does hit it.
Okay. Strength or sorry. Laughing at Chad over here.
I mean, not even.
24 strength against his weakest of strength or dex.
He tried real hard.
Beat him on that one, and then the grapple.
And then the
What do you
grapple.
want?
I'm not even gonna roll it. I'm not even gonna bother. Well, no, you know what? I am. I'm gonna try real hard. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna roll a 20. Roll a goddamn 20. Or 12.
I mean, it's got a 2 in it, and then if you subtract 1, if you flip the numbers and subtract 1, then technically you did roll a 20.
Yeah. All right.
Wow.
So,
Marsupial Man. What
so,
do you
yeah.
what do you do?
arm and neck hold, and then I've
Wait,
got the
you skipped
Canadian
me.
can opener up by his shirt.
You skipped me.
How?
Yes.
It does
Did
that
you-
sometimes. You hit next and it skips 2 people.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mockingbird. It's your turn.
Happens
Okay.
from time to time.
So I look at this figure 8.
Mm-hmm.
She gave me the chills.
She did.
Me no likey. I don't like iced coffee.
Oh!
Nice.
And am I still stunned, or am I like how am
No,
I?
you're fine. You're good.
Okay. I want to run up and just like deck her in the face.
Okay,
I want to go I want to go Tanya Harding on her ass.
Do it.
Oh, right in the shin.
Wow. Oh, good roll.
Good roll. That actually hits. That hits.
What? Off the face.
And let's see if we can make that toughness save. No. Wow.
Another 12.
Yeah.
So I
and
go Tanya Harding on her ass?
You do. And just stunned. All right, cool. Marsupial Man, what you got? What you gonna do?
I'll probably say something amazing like, "She must be slipping up," and then I attack her.
Okay.
You hear laughter from like a mile away.
Beat the claws.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. That definitely hits. Let's see if we can make a toughness. Oh.
That time you can.
Oh.
That
Can,
one actually aced it.
Can he jinx or do anything like that to change that roll?
He has to do that
Prior
for
to-
that.
yeah.
Yeah, prior to. That has to be his
It's
action.
not a free action, yeah. He can do that
Yeah.
and then
wait,
attack.
wait. Yeah, the only free action I get is deflection.
Yeah. However, for
Okay.
future reference, that's a good point. You could jinx her and then claw her.
Yeah.
So then she
Try
would
that.
have had to take a 10 on that roll instead or whatever. I don't know how that works.
So, Hank, you have Half Nelson's the Canadian can opener.
Yes.
Okay. He's actually going to do something kind of crazy. And you see his claws, and he just like stabs through himself and tries to stab into you.
That seems right. No reference to any existing character. Or he could hit his own heart.
And he hits his own heart and passes out and is unconscious.
Huh.
Whoa.
That didn't go as planned.
So, at this point, Gigawatt, you're watching this fight between Captain Awesome and this other dude.
I want to
And
point out
then-
one thing before you say that, though.
Uh-huh.
Just in case you DM screw me, I'm going at max speed all out and all out defense to add a huge bonus to my dodge, so my AC is like 34 right now.
Okay, you're cool. So what happens is you see Captain Awesome like doing battle, and like Captain Awesome can't fly, but this dude can, so he's like having to actually like leap and do some like crazy like punches and stuff. But then what happens in one of these like exchanges is this dude manages to like grapple Captain Awesome, and then all of a sudden you see like static fill the air, and then just this massive lightning bolt comes down on him and Captain Awesome,
They're
and
both
then
immune.
suddenly like you notice that Captain Awesome just goes limp, and the dude lets go of him, and he falls into the ocean, and that dude just flies away. And that's where we'll leave it.
What?
Until next
That's
time.
the cliffhanger.
No.
You can't.
No.
That's exactly how you
Why?
end a comic book episode. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't approve of this.
But I've
Purchase
got
the
2
next
half
episode.
Nelsons.
Yeah, well,
I want to use a hero point to continue the story, please.
you can have
Wait,
that hero
I
point
have
back.
3 of them.
Dwayne,
I want to use
that
all
hero-
3. I'm using my hero
Can I-
points as a death
yeah.
saving throw.
I'm gonna use all
Okay.
10. Use all 10 of my remaining hero points.
So we
So I
have
take-
13 death saving hero points that would like to be used, please.
So I take it you guys enjoyed that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll save it here. So, question: do we want to go next week with this, or do we want to go back to Extinction Curse? It's up to you guys.
Let's hear what the audience has to say too.
Yeah.
Yeah, audience, let us know. Do you want to finish this next
Faithful
week
viewers.
or at the next break in the campaign arc? A little bit of a delay. We got a thumbs up for one of those two options.
You know what? We'll
Wow.
count that as a vote for both.
Okay. Funky votes for tacos.
Okay.
Tacos exist in 2008. They don't exist in Extinction Curse.
No, they
That's
don't.
true. That's
So-
a good point. I'm
Okay,
counting this
you're
as a-
right.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I think you nailed it.
I nailed it. Okay, cool. So that's two. That's technically one for Extinction Curse and two for Mutants and Masterminds. So, what do you guys say?
I'm gonna vote for Extinction Curse to create a tie to force one of these three to vote.
Ah, you're a bastard.
Oh my.
Dwayne, what do you vote for?
I am actually voting for Extinction Curse to stick to the schedule.
Yes.
No.
Audible gasp.
Tiffany, what do you vote for?
Like, I kind of want to keep going, but like, I also kind of like want to keep the suspense going.
For a
So
month.
so-
But yeah,
Well,
but then
like-
you'll just be wondering what's going on, what's happening. So yeah,
Well,
that-
yeah,
I
and
get
then
it.
I'll just get to keep spamming you for information and bribing you with
And then
things and-
I'll block you and I won't get any of your messages. It'll be terrible.
well, then you won't get any of my, my spams in chat with your favorite things.
It's true. All right.
It'll give you a whole month to write down puns.
That is true. You do have a month.
Yeah,
to
it'll
do puns.
give you time to. It'll give me time to come up with a way to counter all of Gigawatt's.
You can try, but now Sarah has 4 weeks to help me.
Oh.
God.
Oh, you got
You know-
Sarah to help you? That's
No,
not.
not yet, but I will now.
No.
You know
I
what,
will
Tiffany?
bribe her not to help
Oh
you.
god.
Yeah, there you go. And then to
That
help
won't
you.
work. That
All
won't
right.
work.
No.
All right. If it matters, I would also vote to stick with the schedule and let's.
All right,
That's a
cool.
heavy
Then we'll
hitter,
stick
yeah.
with the schedule.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So next week I have some work to do and I have to build Extinction Curse. I hate you guys. Cool.
Haha.
All right. So as always, you can find us on the social medias at Vorpal Tales. You can find me at Space Lord PJs or Space Lord Pajamas. I also have my doodle website at cartoon.ninja. Everyone plug your pluggables. What's your Twitter, Instagram, whatever's? Where can people find you? Tyler?
You can find me right there at Eldritch Echoes.
Oh,
And you can find me on Monday. Definitely not changing to a supernatural themed 3rd edition Mutants and Masterminds game.
Other way, Steve.
Yeah, I'm
Other-
figuring that out.
Other way.
Dwayne, where can people find you?
You can find me up there at Made of Kimchi. I think I'm on the right side.
You are.
Nailed it.
Up there, over there, up further.
Now you're inside of it.
No, I will be playing with these guys. When are we playing next? Friday. Next Friday.
Next Friday.
Yay.
And if you're off Thursday, we'll do the recap show. And if you're
Yes.
around, we'll play Conan.
I actually will be off this Thursday.
All right, cool.
I won't.
I'm excited.
I'll work.
Tiffany, you're working Thursday, but where can people find you otherwise?
At Inuhime88 on Twitter.
Cool.
I don't know where it is. Plug it in anywhere.
Steve.
You can find me on the internet at Voodoo Arcade. At one of these places.
Tweets over here.
And yes, you can find me on the internet at Voodoo Arcade. You can also find me here at Vorpal Tales on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Mondays I will be playing in Call of Cthulhu and Sorrow of Saltmarsh. Thursdays join us for the Vorpal Arcanum, which is our weekly recap show. And then next week, starting on Friday, I'll be playing in Age of Extinction, as discussed, and also running Tales from the Yawning Portal as we continue deeper into the Sunless Citadel.
Yes.
That wasn't down at all.
No, it wasn't. Steeple just pulled that right out of his nice supple butt.
I legitimately did not write any of that down.
Oh, really?
Nice.
That's very nice.
Steve, take notes. What?
So, well, Snicker Snacks, you don't have to go home, but you can't keep playing this game tonight, unfortunately. And you won't get to play for another month. Haha. That's your own bad doing. Remember to slap that like and subscribe, and for the love of the dice, game on.
Bye.
Bye.